Жил-был и четвертый, он славный был корной, любил вино до черта, но трезв бывал порой. Войну любил он страшно и дрался, как петух, и в схватке рукопашной один он стоил двух. Однажды смерть старуха пришла за ним с клюкой, ее ударил в ухо он рыцарской рукой. Но смерть полна коварства, его подстерегла и нанесла удар свой ножом из-за угла. От этого удара кровь брызнула из жил, и нечестивец старый скончался, как и был. Ля-ля-ля-ля-бум-бум, ля-ля-ля-ля-бум-бум, ля-ля-ля-ля-бум-бум-бум-бум-бум-бум-бум.
Hello everyone, my name is Notepad and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Today's been a little bit hectic already. Maybe wondering why, Notepad, am I streaming so early? Because I felt like it. Yeah, there really isn't any like exotic reason why I'm streaming this early. I just kind of felt like streaming a little bit earlier today, and I've had a good beat today. Even though everything has conspired to make it kind of a bad day. Like, everything has conspired to make it not a very good day today. Because you have people like Pikami. Pikami is a VTuber that was very cute. Pikami is gone now. She's going to be graduating because of the Wizard game. Which I have many thoughts on that, but overall, that's pretty obvious what my probable opinion of that's going to be. We've got the Lancer video game getting announced. Yes, the unofficial Lancer video game has been announced, which some of the comments on that have been very fascinating, and unfortunately you cannot commit war crimes in it. Therefore, 0 out of 10, very sad. Which really does make me think of, like, what's the point of it? If I cannot commit atrocious crimes against humanity, why would I ever want to play this game? I may be a good person, but I am secretly a barely functioning sociopath, currently on that MT Foxtrot grind set. But have no fear, everybody. Have no fear. We're in this together. But yeah, today we're going to be working on Eagles and Rifles. I think it's going to be an interesting one today. My goal is to get combat done today, and maybe even finish up a lot of the meat of the game, if that makes sense. Once that's done, Friday should be relatively simple, because tomorrow is going to be a long day. I can tell you that right now. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. So, let's get to it. Let's do it to it. People are currently arguing about the legality of business laws in the server, because of course they're arguing about business laws in my server, because why wouldn't they be arguing about business law in my server? Let's see, is there anything else fun and exciting going on today? The thread is up, by the way, the Amateur Home Game Design Homebrew thread. but it's probably going to be dead by the time the stream ends. So yeah, that'll be interesting. So let's get to it. Let's do it to it. So using a little bit of assistance, using a little bit of thinking, a little bit of assistance, and a good helping of me staring at the void and screaming into the darkness. We're going to finally be, I decided to go with explain the orders and then move into the explanation of them. That's the current decision. That's the current frame we're going with, if only because that's easy and I don't have to think about it too hard. So that's how we're going to be doing this. Goodness. Ugh. Alright, let's do this. Now, as you can kind of see here, I don't quite know where I want to put some of these images yet, but I did retrofit the orders and combat system a little. Now, effectively, how the orders are going to be playing out is that each phase is broken down into ticks. So you have 4 main phases: skirmisher phase, the infantry phase, the cavalry phase, and then the artillery. You may be wondering, why does cavalry go so late? Cavalry goes late because they are more about reacting. It's pretty much like, as skirmishers, you're going to move into position. You might be able to get a pot shot off or two. The problem is that you need to set up a lot more. You don't actually have that much stamina. And because you don't have a lot of stamina, you can't really put yourself in a position and then start firing. You're going to run out of stamina too quickly. That's not how that works. What you're going to need to do more often than not is... What you need to do more often than not is get yourself into a position as fast as possible and then sit there. You are pretty much using your skirmish abilities to run the fuck away when things start going wrong. You bang, 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 and then run away before the infantry can catch you or the cavalry can get you. The problem is that the cavalry is going to be moving faster. The infantry can move into position, the cavalry can move, everyone's moving into position, then the cavalry gets to react. Artillery goes last because it's when everybody has kind of done everything, then they get the fire. So it's like, okay, we always have to factor in the artillery being at the very end of things. If the infantry is in a bad position, they're going to get hit by artillery. Skirmishers are in a bad position. They're going to know they're going to get hit by artillery. But the artillery, on the other hand, damn well know they won't need to take care of the block of infantry. They need to take care of the cavalry. They need to take care of the, they need to do something like that. That's kind of just the nature of how I want these battles to flow. However, this is where things start getting a little bit weird. Inside each phase is a number of ticks. I'm getting added. Who's adding me? Who are you, and what do you wish? Oof. Oofy zoofy. Oofy boofy, my brainy wainies. Okay. Now, the phases and the ticks are broken down a little bit strange. So let's say, for example, we're on the skirmisher phase. The ticks are when individual brigades, squadrons, or commanders in general are going to be acting. So, if we have the best attributes, we have the best abilities, we're the best, actual unit, we're going to be acting first. We're going to be the one positioning ourselves in where we need to be positioned first, more than the enemy. And this is, kind of seizing the initiative that means you can get out of the dodge faster. That means you can get into a position first before somebody else can, and someone else has to react to you. And I think that should make it a little bit easier to kind of make sure, you need to kind of position yourself differently. How it's broken down is number of ability. Pretty much, are you just a better squad or are you a better force than the other? Then it's training, then it's cohesion, then it's just the size, which the smaller unit will act first. Which is to say, pretty much if I have 11 ability, you have 10 ability, I'm going to go first. If we both have 10, whoever has the best training will go. Then who has the highest cohesion, then who is the smallest unit. So that's pretty much giving, you know, people who are like more deadlocked a little bit more advantage. If you take a shit ton of damage early, you're going to be acting before your enemy. You're going to be acting just a little bit before them, which may give you that slight advantage to even up the odds. Why is this the case? You simply have less people to worry about. There are more corpses on the ground, and because there are more corpses, there are less people who need to follow orders. That's not how that goes. Of course it Of course it isn't, but it does sound right. So, yeah, that's kind of how this is going. You can, during any point during the tick during a phase, the unit may use stamina to seize the initiative. Acting first, actually, I should say before. At the start of a phase, a unit may use a stamina to seize the initiative. Acting first, regardless of ability, cohesion, or training. If other units also spend stamina, the unit's same rules apply. Kind of the idea, that's more for like cavalry and more for like infantry and things who have a little bit more stamina to work with. If you want to get that first volley off, then you're going to want to seize the initiative. You're going to say, I'm going to burn a stamina to act first. And if nobody else wants to burn that stamina, you have an advantage. That means someone with higher training can more actively use that stamina to get a full volley off before they're able to. They're getting damage off. They're positioning themselves better because they're better, they're faster, they're definitely just hustling better. That's the idea. Why are people the way they are? Ow. Yeah, no, my poor foot still hurts like hell, by the way. I know that's not very good. Did not break anything, luckily. Good job, team. We definitely didn't break my foot slamming it into a goddamn wall. But let's get to. Generally, every tick is broken down into 2 actions that you can take. You can take an order, which is more for the unit, and then or you can take a commander action. I might call them something different. Pretty much the commander action is what you, the character, are doing, while an order is what the unit is doing. So these are unit orders, these were commander actions. So you can say, hey, you want to bark encouragement. You're going to be able to give them some extra dice to actually, you know, do more damage, or you're going to try to recover, you know, HP effectively. You know, you're trying to recover cohesion. But if you lead from the front, you can reduce cohesion damage pretty hard. If you're suffering, stand in the front with your men. There's a 50-50 chance you die, but you can. Which also kind of leads to rallying the troops if you just want to try to get people alive. It's kind of the idea, like wherever you are, you want to be as safe as possible, but you also kind of want to be in a position where you can more best assist. Okay, so let's get to it. We want to do when it is the commandant's. Oh, we want. Once the commandant's turn, they will actually. How do I want to break this down? No, okay. When is the commandant's turn? When the commandant's tick comes up, they will be able to issue an order to their unit. Either unit that they will follow. And they will follow. Orders are the bread and butter of the unit's actions in the field, allowing them to aim, allowing them to shoot, allowing them to open fire, maneuver into position, change formation, and a host of other valuable functions. Only one order may be issued per tick. Only one order may be issued per tick, unless only one order may be issued if a commandant. Let's see. Only one order may be issued if a commandant uses one of the unit's stamina. They may issue a second order. If they expend two more stamina, then they may issue a third. Okay, so they expend two or more stamina, they may issue a third. If they use stamina, they may use a second order. If they expend two more stamina, they may issue a third order. Okay, so attack. Okay, we need a break. Who's adding me? Why are you adding me? Update on Pick Me. So apparently your graduate was settled since the one-day Wizard game came out. At least the day Wizard game. So either decide to graduate that day or was planned before. Yeah, update. Apparently your graduation settled since at least the day Wizard game came out. Long story, merch crap. Wouldn't be surprised with that. So either decided to graduate that day or was planned before. Then, in which case, some timing is just unfortunate. Here's the thing, it doesn't matter the truth anymore. Jaeger, that's the beautiful thing. It does not matter the truth. All that matters is that it was a combination of terrible situations and timing. And now things are going to get a lot worse, a lot faster. And it was just not good. It's just kind of a shit show. And it completely escaped the entire thing. It's no longer about picking me. It was never about picking me. This is a longer running issue. And I don't think it's going to get any better. I think things are going to get a lot worse. And it's a lot of people are reacting poorly because you get people like Tenma, for example, which Tenma did make some gamer comments, which I don't think she's gonna get yabbed, but I think people are probably gonna brigade her a little bit. But it's generally speaking, it's kind of a shit show. And it's bad news bears. But again, it doesn't matter what it never matters what the truth is. That's the beautiful thing behind it. The truth doesn't mean anything. It's never meant anything. The only thing that really matters is the perception of the truth. And the current perception of the truth is twofold. One, Pick-a-me has, Pick-a-me, violent transphobe, was successfully removed from the platform, deplatformed because she played the wizard game. Therefore, she supported transphobic views. And she has been successfully deplatformed, boys. We've done it. We did it, sisters. Another one bites the dust. The other narrative is Pick-a-me was bullied from doing the things she loved doing because people are sociopaths, which they are, mind you. That's the funny part. They are sociopaths. Some of them are sociopaths. People are people, and it's a mess. And always remember that it doesn't matter what the truth is. All that matters is the perception of the truth. Especially nowadays, and how quickly something can spread. It's funny how that works, isn't it? How do I want to do this? How do I want this to look? Do I want this to look different? I guess we can do... We don't actually know. We want to do... how do we want to do this? Charge, melee combat... No, we want to make, this is going to be, how do we want to word this? Because if we do the attack, pretty much the attack is just like, this is your basic attack. You're just making an attack. However, we want to do, actually no, what we'll do is we'll do open fire. Open fire. We'll do open fire. The unit is ordered to take aim and fire. We go down here a little bit. We want to take. Okay, so give me a second. Someone's deciding that they want to burn Israeli flags in my server for some reason. So we need to have a little chat here, everybody. So we have Schizo Den for a reason. That reason is that I don't want funny emails from Discord. I don't want funny emails from Discord. I don't want funny emails from Discord because I will preserve myself over you because Discord wants head. No, we want Discord wants heads on pike. Discord wants heads on pikes. Discord wants heads on pikes. I will turn on auto mod. I will turn on auto mod. I don't want to. I don't want to. I know you are all based and red pilled. I know I don't want to. I know you're all based and red pilled, but I don't want to deal with this. Have a chat. You have a channel. I have a channel. You have a channel. Yes, Mr. Y. Yes, Mr. Y. Yes, Mr. Y. Automod. Discord. Automod. The same automod that thinks firearms are a hate crime against reality. The same automod that thinks that firearms are a hate crime against reality. I don't want that. I don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that. No one wants this. Wouldn't be surprised if they I provide some names. Well, provide. I.e., I have no option. Okay. Anyone think some people are going to try to swing back and hit people who don't deserve it? Yes. Like, that's the thing is, Lubu, what's going to happen? Here's the thing. This is the thing that's going to happen with this entire disaster. The whole pick-a-me thing, anyway, if that's what you're referring to. What's going to happen is there's going to be the perception that these guys are the bad guys. These are the bad. We're going to now then, retaliate. There's going to be a retaliation. It's going to be a lot worse people doing things a lot worse. In which case, then there's going to be a re-retaliation, which is going to be filled with sociopaths. All because of, again, the fucking Harry Potter game by the same developers as fucking... this is by the same developers as fucking Cars 3 on PS3, everyone. That's a thing you always gotta remember. Cars 3 on PS3. Same devs, same game. It's great. I love this. Fine, fucking Jesus fucking Christ. I just want to write my rules. I just want to write rules. I just want to write my game, but I can't do that because people are being fucking stupid on Discord and my mods don't do jack shit. Only one order. Shoot command is used there. Second order. Okay. We want to do, if we're doing open fire. Actually, we do this. We open you up. Let's check. I want to check something real fast. We're going to open up Glory Hallelujah. Glory Hallelujah is... This is the Civil War, a thing for black powder. Oh, smooth bore. The uniformed first modern war, how armies fought, optional rules, famous commanders. There are forts. I just have black powder. Do I just not have black powder? Why don't I have black powder? Why am I the way that I am? Let's do chosen men. Oh, please don't break. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Hello, chosen men, part of the Osprey Blue Book. We want to do. Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna call it fire then. Okay, we do this. When a unit is within range of the when a, what do we call it, enemy, when an enemy formation is within range of the unit, they have the option, they are able to open fire. They are able to open fire when the order is given. Both sides. When the order is given, the commandant gathers their fire dice. Their fire command gathers. The commandant fuck, how do I want to do this? Okay. When the order is given, the commandant gathers up a number of d6s equal to all fire pips on the all fire pips, including their own. Enraged in when opening fire. When making a ranged attack, the commandant will roll all of the fire plus damage die. Actually, fire plus bonus damage die. And attempt to score hits. With a DC equal to the range of the attack. Which we then we then go all the way back up here. Gory, what a hell of a way to die. Gory, what a hell of a way to die. When making attempts go equal to the DC of the ranged attack. The number of successes scored by the unit is the number of casualties they have caused the enemy. They have caused the enemy. The enemy formation will reduce their total fortitude by the number of successes. But to reduce their total fortitude by the number of successes, times the intensity scale. The intensity scale. After damage has been after the fortitude damage has been calculated. After the fortitude damage has been calculated. The unit will suffer cohesion loss equal to fortitude plus attacking plus unit. Enemy formation. The enemy formation will suffer cohesion loss equal to fortitude plus unit morale pips plus modifiers. This, the number of successes a unit. Actually, do I've got a ping. Hello, Val. Who are you? Not carriages, but fucking carts to transport people around. Can you do that here, BRB? Can you use, like, transporting people around? This is kind of more along... This isn't really, like, the pre-setup, if that makes it. The pre-setup, if that makes sense. This is a little bit more of, like, the you're in the fight. Like, you're not going to be moving around as much. That's not really as, like, large scale. This isn't Waterloo, mind you. You know, I actually have a rule. I do plan on bringing in some rules later on when we get to right here. This is Napoleonic scale combat. This is your Waterloo bullshit. That's where I'd be putting in rules for that. We're not really dealing with Waterloo bullshit yet. Absolutely not. No. For my own sanity, at least. Let's see. So. I don't know. So can we put it like this? What I can do is we're going to put a thing like this here. If the unit is rolling more, if the unit is rolling more than 10d6, then they for every die over 10, they will add just +1 successes. They'll just add +1 successes. We're going to throw a quick footnote in here. For example, a unit has 11d6. They will roll 10d6 plus 1 success. They will always do 1 success because just the volume of fire more than anything. Okay, so that's open fire. which we're then going to do. I guess we then immediately open into breather, which is the commander, the commandant. Drink from canteens. An upcoming, let's see, and ready themselves for the upcoming battle. During this time, the unit is vulnerable as the men struggle, as the men take a much needed break in the heat, in a much needed break in the battle. Should they be fired upon? They are exposed, which we immediately go down here. The commandant will resolve three separate. Actually, the commandant, the unit restores 1d3 restores 1d3 stamina. Restores 1d3 stamina, and the commandant rolls it would be morale. A morale check at DC 5-1, restoring one cohesion. Restoring, actually, do we do, one cohesion for each success? However, if the unit is fired upon during this time, for the remainder of the round, unit is fired upon during the remainder of the round, they will increase the intensity scale. Their intensity scale will increase by 1, doubling Oh, someone left a message in Jovian Sleigh Ride. Oh, yeah. Nobody left a note in Jovian Sleigh Ride. Jovian Sleigh Ride. I forgot the post about Jovian Sleigh Ride and certain fucking thread. I should post that. I should do that. To be a little bit more specific. I'll do that after this, probably. There we go. Things are finally picking up in thread. I like that. That's good. However, if the unit is fired upon the remainder of the round, their intensity scale will increase by 1. So, no longer have to deal with this. Change formation. Actually, you know what? The battles of Eagle. The battle will actually. Linear warfare requires the absolute. Actually, linear warfare is Defined is formations make linear warfare. Formations keep the battalion, brigades, keep the brigades and the brigades and squadrons a cohesive whole. That's cohesive whole, separating it from the rabble, from a mob of poorly trained peasants, separating it from the mob of poorly trained peasants, or a warband of savages, breaking ranks or failing to follow orders can lead to the collapse of the formation, even an entire army in a split second. Each unit type has a set of formations. They are able to move. They are able to not to move into. I just bashed my mic. Each unit type has a set of formations. They are able to move, able to position themselves. Formations they are able to form, able to not form, that's such an odd, each one is, they are able to position themselves in, as a set of formation they are able to position themselves with, granting them different bonuses and penalties to their to the battle, granting them different bonuses and penalties to the battle at hand. I guess we don't need to actually talk about these right this second. So if we do change formation, we just say you can change a formation, you can move into a different one, and that's what you're going to do. Then we add in a second one. Is this a commission or just for shits and giggles? The goal with this one is I want to get eagles and rifles. This is an older game at this point. This is a Redux. I do want to get this game to look as pretty and nice and beautiful as possible and as cohesive as possible, and then send a email effectively to Osprey Publishing and say, hey Osprey Publishing, it's me, your boy Notepad Anon, really like your stuff here, would you like to publish my game? Because Osprey Publishing has Osprey actually has quite a few different like role-playing games. I always tend to associate Osprey with like war games, and I think a lot of people also kind of associate them more directly with war games, such as their, a lot of their historical series and kind of the Blue Book series especially. But then they have a bunch of these like Crescendo to Violence, Grand Mechanissimo, Heirs to Heresy. We went over Sigil and Shadow actually, but I also went over Righteous Blood and Ruthless Blades. I went over a couple of these different games, and I've been curious about them because they fascinate me more than anything. So it's like, oh, okay, I want to see, like, is there, like, can I get this okayed, because if I can get this okayed, what I'd probably do is give me, I would say like, okay, cool, you want to do this, either can we use the artwork effectively from your series that you already have. You already have this artwork for your war game series. We can use that just fine. We can actually mitigate a lot of the, pretty much the upward cost of it. Or we can shift it over to do different things. One of the other ones being kind of, if we kind of go to their war game series, they have things like Silver Bayonet, for example. Xeno's Lion Rampart, Gamma Wolves. They fucking Gamma Wolves? Didn't know. But yeah, they have a couple of these different games that they've actually published, and one was Silver Bayonet. And I think going over Silver Bayonet would be kind of interesting, because like, hey, I can turn the thing that you really like, that game that you really like, that you wrote, Head of Osprey, how about we make it a role-playing game, but you can keep the thing that you like about it so much. Yeah, you kind of see there's quite a few of these. Lots of different things. Osprey's a fascinating company, and I would like to learn more about them. I would like to get more involved, and I would like to become better, stronger, wiser. So is this the start of the Notepad Wargame TTRPG empire? Fuck, I wish. I would like that. I would like people to. Here's the secret. I would like to get paid for my games. So one day I would like to get paid for my games. More consistently. I think that could be fun. That would be real nice. But they take time. And sometimes they also straight up write historical reference books that are really cool. They carve out an interesting niche. Yes, they do. That's why I'm thinking like I could probably go to this meaning like, hey, you do a lot of historical role-playing games that sometimes are a little bit, out of the norm. However, what if we combine it with this, and this? It's a Mikasa Yukasa situation. We all win. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's Silver Bayonet. This is one of their games, a war game, Napoleonic Gothic horror. It's like, yeah, this is just a full thing that they just have, because this is a war game they have. I'm like, hey man, why don't we just expand on this? This is 160 pages. Why can't, we can totally just make this a full-on, role-playing game, too, because it's cool. They don't usually do I never really see people go like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Very rarely. I never see people, go out of their way to talk about these games. There was one guy who was really on Sigil and Shadow, so I'm like, okay, I kind of want to talk about Sigil and Shadow, because it kind of has it has some interesting beats to it. But it was I have Jackals. I've had Jackals on the list for a while. Same with Paleo Mythic. I've had those games on the list for a while. Notepad, the freelancer revivalist of war games and TTRPGs. Thank you very much, but I probably won't be publishing under Notepad Anon. What would be what's the historical man name I penned? Let me open up Trenchfoot here real fast. Hunter R. Duke. Just call me Mr. Duke. That's what I will be publishing under. Would probably be the pseudonym. And whoever can guess what Hunter R. Duke is a reference to, you get nothing. You don't really get anything. Sorry, team. I guess I could put a prediction up. It is a literary reference, though. But yeah, that would be just like one idea. Being like, yeah, here I am, but I'm definitely not me. Yeah, Hunter R. Duke Mr. Duke, the Dukeinator, would just be the war game historical guy. Okay, so we've got our formation. We add an image right there. We can change our firing stance. By default, the men of the brigade and rifle, the firearms of the era demand a certain skill to wrangle. Certain, if I can fucking spell, certain skill to wrangle. They are inaccurate. Difficult to manage, and often, let's see, they are inaccurate, difficult to manage, and often only are able to succinctly got one to fire for maximum effect. Changing the firing stance allows the unit to shift their priorities and allow them to open fire in new and exciting ways. Open fire in new ways. Allow them to bring more firepower to bear. More to bear. That's always one of those funny English words. So would you rather historical wargaming or alt history wargaming, punk wargaming? I've been fascinating. I've been fascinating. I'm English, by the way. I've been fascinated in kind of weird wargaming for a while now. I find it very interesting. I can never convince my main group to play war games with me because I'm weird and they're weird. But I have been able to, I do find it fascinating, and I like reading war games. I really do, because they're so different and they require a different train of thought than I'm normally used to. Historical war games can be really fascinating due to their raw simplicity. That's why Ospreys are so interesting to me, because it's like, how do we distill sometimes these massive battles down into these really succinct rule sets. Most Ospreys are only about 50-60 pages. So would you like, heavy character focus wargaming, more numbers focus? I would say I like the extremes of both. That's kind of a cop-out answer, but I like the idea of Frostgrave, I believe that's what it's called. Yeah, Frostgrave. I like the idea of Frostgrave in a lot more your dudes sections of games. I've written one before, even where it's you have a lot of control over a single small squad of unit. that you have a lot of your dudesisms there. But I've also written Trenchfoot, which is so impersonal that you don't even have units on the field necessarily. You should have cubes. You have cubes and very loose pieces of information about them. I thought that was actually fairly interesting to me. It interests me at kind of like a fundamental level of like this game design, you know, activates my almonds. I've had one game on the list for a while. Nobody's really biting at it because people like RPGs a lot more than war games. But that one was going to be entirely a solo war game, which is all about having just one. It's just you, the player, versus the, quote, AI, which is just, it's caveman wargaming. Because I couldn't find any caveman war games, so I'm like, fuck it, let's do caveman wargame. It's like, yeah, how do you fight a saber-toothed tiger when you have no armor and clubs? The answer is, you don't. You lose. I think that could be kind of interesting. I would like to explore more war games like that. I did make a commitment that I'm like, I want to do more war games, but they're just hard. By weird, I mean they have things that they really like and things that they just do not like. I've been meaning to wrangle some people from another server to help me, but all of them are fucking European. Every single one of them are European. I'm like the only American in there, and it's like, oh, sorry. It's like, oh, sorry, Notepad, I can't help you. It's like 3 in the morning. I'm like, well, live in a real time zone. Just live in a real time zone, if you would, please. That'd be cool. But they never do. They never do that. Why don't you just live in a real country instead of your fictional European ones? Oh, where do you live? Oh, sorry, everybody. I live in Switzerland. Can you imagine people, you know, are thinking that Switzerland is real? There's someone who lives in the Netherlands. Have you ever heard of the Netherlands? Of course you haven't. It doesn't exist. They're lying to me. They're all Slavs. All of them are Russo supporters. Every single one of them. Would a war game focusing on mechanized versus biopunk small boat combat between each other interest you, like taking place between the world wars? There could be like naval wargaming. Naval wargaming is like an entire different set of nightmares. Like that's like one of those things like I would need to like learn a lot more. Naval wargaming's fascinating though. I think it could be kind of interesting. Mostly when you have like radically different, you know, lists effectively. Because that's like one of my favorite things to do. As I love making lists. I love theory crafting. Like, okay, what does this list do? Like, what's the plan with this? Owie zowie. Seems Wuso is going to be entering the bingo bango bongo. I don't want to leave the Congo. Ah, na 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 na. So free fire, oh my god. I can never take the song Free Fallin' seriously, by the way. That is one song I am unable to take seriously simply because my my cousin, who's much older than us, than the rest of my cousins, my one cousin's a lot older than us. It's kind of a we have an older family, and he's part of that much older branch of the family. When I was young, he sent us this like heavily edited video of him bungee jumping with Free Fallin' in the background. Anytime that goes in my head, that song enters my head, I just see like the ridiculous like Windows Movie Maker edits of my fucking cousin jumping off a cliff, bungee jumping. I could never see it. Well, why have the Koreans been hypnotizing you for 48 hours? What are you out of the loop about? What do you want to know? What do you want to know, Wuso? Because it seems like you're entering a nuclear Armageddon. Fallout Argentina sounds like it's happening. Of war game. Which type of war game is most difficult to cognize? Like between air combat and tunnel combat. Air combat is ironically incredibly simple because I effectively wrote an air combat game. I effectively already did that once before. Ah, Limbus Company, I understand. It's the thing with air combat, what you need to do. This is the most important thing with air combat. Is you must have some way of tracking verticality. Which doesn't seem very difficult. But it gets a little bit more complicated when you start factoring in, like, okay, he is 3 up, I am 2 up, somebody else is 1 up, and we're trying to fire on someone 4 up. And, you know, kind of getting that, that mental image is a little bit more complicated. Tunnel combat, the issue with tunnel combat, like really close, like CQC tier bullshit, is it's not necessarily hard to imagine, it's hard to like represent on the table as much. Air combat games are super simple to set up. You want to know how you set up an air combat? A fucking air combat game? You get a map. You don't need to worry about anything else. You put the map down on the ground, be like, well, there are trees here. Who fucking cares? I am supersonic through the air. There's a river here. Highway to the danger zone. Grapes on my 6. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. You never have to worry about a single goddamn thing there. That's the best part. That's my favorite aspect. Historicals have... I think one of the issues with historical war games is that there are a lot of baggage with them. And that baggage can be complicated. What I mean by baggage is it's kind of like the era. You are kind of constrained to like. It's really difficult to be like a historical war game. It's like, oh, I want to set up a game that's like pike and shot. Well, if you want to do pike and shot, you can't really bring in like Asiatic countries because that wasn't really a thing. It's not like, oh, I'm going to bring my Franco pike and shot against your Chinese pike and shot. That's not how that game, that's not how that works. So it's the most difficult war game to fully set up, cognitively set up. I would say to like set up and kind of like the idea of like on the table, like just raw setup would be a completely blind like tunnel op, because you would just have like building the map would be a nightmare. Luckily, like VTTs and things like that have made that a lot simpler to do, ironically enough. And that has its own advantages and disadvantages. I would say like the most complicated nightmare situation to set up, like if you were to like really like, okay, we want to set this up for everybody to like on the table, I would probably say like a large scale modern combat. And I say a large scale modern combat because like people sometimes like don't understand how far guns shoot. Like that's like one thing. Like modern combat is super fucking boring, but is also super intense. Like how do you set up how do you set up a Fallujah war game? Because on one hand, you have people firing from hundreds of meters out. Hundreds of, just doing pot shots across the entire map, across the entire area. But it's like, oh, I'm going to just coat this entire area in firepower. Or you get like, how do you represent like, oh, sorry, we're calling in drone strikes from 15 miles away? Like, how do you set that up to be like fair in any remote capacity? You don't. But then you also can end up in situations where like actual like combat units can be like 5 feet away from each other. You're like, how do you go from like represent in one combat, mind you, one combat way far out and super close at the same time? That's just not really a thing. But I also am going to make a wild guess that most people aren't going to be doing that because that's silly. But I know one fucking guy, if he was in Orange server, if you ever want to hear something that's has the grace of a brick through a glass house, the Gigabrain fucking play. This was right when the Russians invaded Ukraine. And it was like the Russians had were invading Ukraine. It was about 3-4 months after this. The fucking guy put out a Ukraine-Russia war game. I'm like, holy shit, you what? What? No, you are not putting this out like right now. Like, oh, that's what it was really tactless. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, like that's really tactless. You're like, oh, well, I'm donating everything to charity. Like, fuck you. Like, fuck off. Fuck you. Yeah, it's been about a year now. God, it's been about a year now, hasn't it? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I think part of me was like, thinking he realized that this was, I think it was a separate one. He was very much pro Ukraine. He put out actually Azov Battalion. Yeah, that would be pro Ukraine. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the Wagner group. Very different, everybody. But I think it was, part of me was like, it was kind of like I already have these modern rules, let's just put a new coat of paint on it. You know, because I'm like, I genuinely want to do this, but I only have war game. If I only have a war game, the only thing I can do is make a war game. Another part of me is like, you wanted those fucking SEO clicks, you goblin, you absolute cretin, you absolute, ew. Like, I joke about like, oh, war crimes, hee hee hoo hoo ha ha. I joke about war crimes, but I'm like, I will never do something like super recent unless there's a good reason for it. Like, rest assured, like any like super modern combat, and when I say like super modern, I mean like within the past like 2 years, like 5 years, it's a little bit hinky. Yeah, you may be saying like, oh well, wouldn't it be tactless now to make a modern game versus like the Taliban, for example? There is some historical precedent for it. There's some like more historical things there, and you can kind of do some little shaky wakies there. But like that one, like the Russia versus Ukraine one, I'm like, okie dokie then, we're not doing this. I try to do my best to be as chillax as possible, if that makes sense. I try not to offend anybody. I try to be a nice in the try to be cuckoo choo choo. Unit adds plus 2d6 bonus damage, but increase the difficulty hit by 1. Unit adds plus 2d6. Adds plus 2d6 bonus damage, but decreases range by 2. So the idea, free fire is everybody, you just aim if you see them, you fire at them. That's like, free fire is, like everybody's firing at once. Kind of like whatever, and it's kind of like you fire, you reload, you fire again. There's no real order to things, and it's just a volley down. Grand Fire is, it's, you know, the first rank is now kneeled down, they're firing, the back rank is going to fire at the same time, you go bang, all of them fire at once. The idea behind, like, oh, well, you know, there's that bonus damage, but you decrease the range by 2, is more along the line, like, you're not really aiming as much. You're more just firing directly at the enemy. That's the goal. But decreases range by 2 to a minimum of 1. So it's like the smaller gun, like, it comes to the point of, like, smaller, like, detailed guns. Cavalry is gonna probably want to go to, like, free fire. I call it kind of volley fire for, you know, everyone. That's kind of like everyone's kind of firing in sync with each other. That's kind of the idea. Actually, I guess we could do yeah, let's see. So we've got our, I feel like there should be another one, and I don't know what it is. Actually, I know what we can add. We could do oh. Skirmishers only. Unit adds +2 range. There we go. Now, the idea of, like, this might not seem like, oh, you add +2 range, but you got to think about it like the idea of, oh, I'm making a, you know, we're adding +2 range when you have a gun such as, where's the gun? We go up to here. Like, adding +2 to lever action rifles suddenly mean you're doing like 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That's a pretty good amount of range on these. Like, you can really cover the field with it. You're reducing the damage a lot, especially, but if you can kind of mitigate it a little bit with these, like, really nice guns, because you're calling shots. You're saying, I want to hit you, I want to hit you, I'm going to hit you. We had in a... Unit deals double morale pips in cohesion damage. No. Only skirmishers are going to get that. They're only going to get +1 range. I think that balances it out pretty nicely. Change formation. We don't need to do this. Charge of the light brigade. Charge of the light brigade. Actually, here's what we're going to do. We're going to, instead of having charge here, we're going to have maneuver. We're going to have maneuver. The commander orders, The men begin to move in a direction. Move in a direction equal to their current maneuver. Equal to or less than their current maneuver. When the unit enters their final space, they may turn to face any location of their. They may turn to face any side of their choice. They may choose to face any side of their choice. Any side of the choice. A unit may choose to charge instead. Actually, no. Do we put charge as their own thing or not? I just finished my game for the jam. I'm very proud of it. Cool. I do like that. Are there hero units in this war game? This isn't a war game, actually, Lubu. Fun fact. This may look like a war game, play like a war game, and pretend it is a war game, but this is actually a role-playing game. Yes, this is actually a role-playing game in which you take the role of commandants, and technically they're majors. As the... This in Eagles and Rifles was born entirely out of the fact that someone said you could not make an RPG during the Napoleonic era. So I did. If I go all the way up here, to kind of give you a little bit better of an explanation, this is you. You are members of an ogre company. You are effectively a mercenary band of soldiers out for coin and profit. You are the command staff of a brigade of infantry or a squadron of cavalry. Now, you have your basic personal abilities, otherwise known as mind, physical, and social. In between battles, you're actually going to be using these personal abilities almost exclusively. You are going to be trying to outwit people, you're going to be dueling others, and you're also going to be trying to charm the pants off of others, sometimes literally. The entire idea is kind of representing the more like courtly vibes of things, the whims and manners of those in high positions. You are at the bottom of the metaphorical totem pole, and you may as well fight like hell for it. But you also have your fire, morale, and shock pips. These military abilities are your ability to keep your shit together, as well as allow your men to fight more efficiently. Which kind of goes down to here, which is the fighting unit. These are your men. Every player is controlling one of these fighting units. Later on, you can kind of control more of them, but this is the basic idea. You're controlling one brigade of infantry, one battalion of infantry, one battalion of skirmishers. Technically, it'd be about a company of skirmishers, to be frank. Or you're going to be composed of a squadron of cavalry. You're going to be maneuvering these men on the board, trying your best to keep them alive. You have to buy them kind of individually. You're going to be outfitting them individually. So it's kind of one of those ideas of like, instead of saying like, oh, I have a gun in my RPG, it's I have 500 men. Like, I have 500 men willing to assist me in battle, or I have 150 rifles. Where do you need us? That's kind of the idea. It's a little bit of a weird war game RPG thing. And that's where things get kind of funky. That's kind of the funny bit about this. I can't believe it's not a war game. My favorite. God, I wish I could play this, but man, I don't know who I could find to play with me. Again, that's why I want to go through like Osprey and like actually like contact Osprey, being like, hey guys, guess what I have? I have a new role-playing game for you. And they're like, what's it going to be about, Notepad? Napoleonic. I mean, like, you want to do like pirates or something? We don't like pirates. I mean, like, fuck you. It's a role-playing game about being cool. Oh my god. Yeah, it's because it was one of those things, and that's kind of like where the question in the amateur game design thread kind of spawned from a little bit, because there are a few eras in history that like simply it's really difficult to do anything in them just because of what you're doing in them. That's the era, just the time. It's a mess. And it is a mess because it is so difficult to get them to do something in it. It's like, what do you do in a Napoleonic era RPG? Not much. I mean, there's honor and intrigue, but that's really it. Unless you do like the Powder Mage saga, that's one. But that's a Savage Worlds game and it's still fairly independent. So I thought, what's the best way of doing this? Well, you want to play commanders, obviously. Napoleonic era was defined by kind of the first major instances of great wars. You know, this was the first major, you know, the Napoleonic Wars were the first, like, oh, there's hundreds of thousands of men on both sides, and we can turn them into hamburger. Yeah, welcome to the wonderful world of artillery, everybody. And I kind of want to represent that in this game, which is the sheer raw scale is so, like, fucky-wucky. A little bit weird game, but I think that's the fun part, right? That's the amusing bit. I would say, like, I don't think it's like necessarily like just vitriol at this point. I think there is passion just because it's such a fascinating, it's one of my more unique games. Like just like raw ideal wise, it's like, yeah, this is a little bit funky wucky. So kind of talking about it could be interesting. And I do enjoy, again, it's one of those games where it was like, okay, I really want to think about it. And I really was like, cool, this is a weird idea that I'm actually very proud about. An era where almost the entire population of the world had brain damage from drinking absinthe. You don't understand, Wuso. We need to continue drinking. Because I would say, like, the absolute hardest eras to talk about. And I'm kind of dealing with like kind of broader things here. I would say like the Napoleonic era, that's 1700s, like late 1600s, 1700s, very early 1800s. There's like the 1700s suck because like there isn't a lot of moments to do things. Like there are instances, mind you. You can do things like, oh, the Revolutionary War. There's a lot of stuff. There are a lot of personal action that can be done. But like at the same time, but like in the grander scheme of things, that era is very much dominated by pirates. You're going to be playing pirates in those games. If you're not playing, for God's sake, everybody, they brought pirates into the American Revolution. Even back then, they realized, like, we need pirates. Like, we need pirates to make this work. I would say the other kind of, like, really difficult era to kind of even, like, attempt, even pretend to adapt would be, like, the kind of the World War I era, like, the early 1900s. Because, like, again, it's like this grand war that the individual is not nearly as important as the greater scheme of things. Unless you're doing like a never going home situation where it's more about the horror and more about, you know, the if you're playing with the more of the idea that you are this little tiny speck of nothingness, then it could work. But it's hard to adapt other things to that era because it was just like, yeah, let's talk about this. It's a big fucking deal. Let's see. Stone Age stuff is always complicated because there are quite a few Stone Age games, but the issue with Stone Age really is the fact that, like, you don't have a lot to work with. We just don't. Similar to like the Bronze Age and stuff, we as a society, we like right now just don't have a lot to work with at that time. For good reason, because the records weren't kept, unless we want like ancient Babylonian record keeping simulator. Oh man, you know, fucking good society, you know, in Babylon being just like, yo, you gotta write on the fucking clay tablet because he didn't give you your fucking copper. Like, while that would be amusing. Yeah, that is fucking Kurt's good society, but just hate fucking in Babylon. Oh god, stretch a little. Let me just crack my back. Oh goodness, that's my back a little bit crickety crackety. That's not how my back's supposed to go. Let's see, 3, 2. 3, 2. Oh god, there we are. I love it when my back is reduced to nothing but paste, like just gone. Doug stole my wheat, so I hit him in the head with rock. Yeah, pretty much. Like, really, like, caveman era games just don't. You aren't really doing a whole lot in that era, simply because it's caveman hours. And oh, that was right there. You play? Is there a game we should play the black guys and not fascist communist dictatorship with the whole goal of fucking each other and trying to survive, take power? Not really. Not really. That's not really a thing. Simply because nobody would want to touch that. Therefore, everybody, I'm announcing my new game. I did have one game as kind of as a complete fucking meme, mind you. Complete meme was using the powered by lesbian system of writing Das Bunker. Das Bunker would have you take the role of a fascist government currently getting bombed the fuck out. You are in the bunker. This is it. There's no going back, and everybody has to be just as cruelly amusing as possible. No, Anna, you will lose the subscriber. No, you don't understand. The entire funny with the entire thing would be that it's funny. That's the gimmick, is that it's supposed to be kind of silly and kind of amusing, which is just the idea of like, someone will have to become comedy Hitler. Someone will become comedy Hitler. And I do expect a comical German accent. You have to recreate the scene of downfall. How go your war crime adventures? Very slowly we're making our way through. Yes, the mecha war crime thing. I'm gonna get, mind you, I'm gonna get pings all day. I'm gonna get pings for the next like 2 days based on that. Even though my friend PM'd me, and he's like, Notepad, and I'm like, yes, friend. He's just like, what is this? And apparently somebody took a screenshot of my my Dankerino Memerino and posted it in the Flork server. If you've ever seen the Flork of cows before, yeah, they posted it in there, and people were slightly agreeing with me. Yeah, it's great. The Utopia Wars will have war crimes. Hell, you can. Is there a Jinro RPG? Not Not really. Not a fork of that flork. It's a flork of, yeah, flork of cows. That's it. Yeah, I can guarantee you've seen flork of cows. I guarantee it. I guarantee you have actually seen him. This is it. Actually, no, not flork catcher. No, that's not it. These are all it's the sock men. If you've ever seen the sock puppets, you've ever seen a comic like this, that's Flork. Flork is the most like depressing person I've ever met, like ever talked to. It's really weird. He's a very strange man, but I find him fascinating. Yeah, that's what he goes by, is Flork. He's just been on the internet too long. That's kind of the idea. He's just been on the internet for so long that he's broken. He's punished Flork. A sock puppet denied his art kind of thing. People keep trying to make like NFT projects of all his stuff, and it drives him up the wall. It's very sad. I'm gonna send him this clip. No! He must never know! No! Power in misery. Yeah, no, I like Flork of Cows. I like him. I think his comics are funny. I think he's a funny guy. I think he's just been on the internet so long that he's just become broken. I think everyone is at a certain point. But someone posted the fucking Twitter post in his server, and people were agreeing with me. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm doing it. I'm gaming. Because yes, Lancer now has a video game, everybody. A third-party video game, which is really weird. And that third-party video game is very strange to me. Now, I of course had to make my, you know what, I'll even show it, people. We're making good time. We're making good progress. I need to make my dank Mimerino here. Now, it started with like Lancer Tactics is a third-party adaptation of the tabletop rules, which is very sad. Yeah, resist border and climate injustice by being gay and doing crimes in giant robots. So I inevitably ask the important question, will I be able to commit war crimes in it? It's not a mech game until I can violate the Space Geneva Convention. That is actually the most important thing to me. And the answer here is very important because it determines what it's about. Now, I don't actually like war crime jokes. And then I replied, mechs without war crimes are like environmental messages and no pollution. It just doesn't work. I don't have the space right now to write a manifesto on Twitter, but yes, there's absolutely is tension between the horror of war and cool robot. There's different ways of reading the mecha stories that are darker or lighter, and leaning into war crime chic is a bad balance for me. This did not answer my question. This is the issue. I haven't played the game. Apparently there's the game. It's out there. Yeah, it's one of those things where the correct answer about, because you talk about the border, climate injustice by being gay and doing crime. Mechs, by their nature, are weapons. They're weapons of war. Complete annihilation of God and everything around. Yeah, this is also the only reason you can't make war crimes joke on pilot.net Discord because the mod got tired of them, not for any moral reason. And one of the big things that I want to highlight, this is a very important thing to me at least, you must understand that having a giant robot fundamentally means that you have gotten now the biggest stick. You are a gigantic stick, and you're gonna beat someone to death with it. It's not, and that's the plan. That's what you want to do. You need to can I violate the Space Geneva Convention? Now, she could have responded no, but she thought it was a joke, and I don't joke when it comes to me wanting to commit war crimes as a giant robot. Always remember that. Jesse! First thing I watched the entire chaos was the blue and pink. Yeah, I feel like the logical conclusion. Good lord. Crimes doesn't include war crime. Exactly. Yeah, it's... Let's see, Lancer's already video if you like logical conclusion. First thing I entered the chaos was yeah, it's, you know, trans game developer and all that. How do I DM Flork? You don't. A game about doing crimes doesn't include war crimes. Now, here's the thing. Lubu, you put a, you know, aren't mechs fully fucking the environment of wherever they are simply by being there? Yes. You are a... The best way to think about it is, and this is one of those funny things with Lancer that they never really talk about, and generally speaking, I do enjoy the fact that Brigador is very upfront with it. It's black holes, not shoot. Brigador sweep. Yes. Yeah, you know, Brigador sweep. The idea behind it is this. In Brigador, why do we have giant robots? Tell me, why do we have giant robots? To commit war crimes easier. To become a bigger weapon of war. We don't have giant robots because they're ethical. I don't use my giant, you know, war crime with legs because it's a fun and exciting adventure for the whole family. No, I am being tried at the space hag after this. There is no justice for me. I am a monster. I am death made manifest. And I don't care. And that's the point, you know, being like I lose the certain irony of burning down a village when my planet was burnt down. I am a monster truck that walks like a man. Exactly. Now, you can address this in different ways. Now, one of the things I like about super robots, in a way, super robots, I mean like the old school versions, you don't see super robots as much anymore, is that it highlights humanity's ingenuity. That's another thing you can really do with mechs. How do we fight this titanic new threat? We're being annihilated, everybody! How do we confront this mega threat? Dr. Smartman, we need help. Oh no, Hiroshimoot, we need you, yes you, to control Gigamax. The fucking cloak comes off and, you know, the giant robot goes in there and punches people in the face. And as doing that, it's kind of more along the idea of like, I am using a robot as a weapon of good, even though I know it is a weapon. And some of those things do comment on it. Like, yeah, this is a weapon, and it is, you know, kind of giving this to a child, or kind of like expecting a child to, you know, manage this. Is maybe not the most responsible thing in the world, but it's annihilation or salvation. That's kind of a problem. The problem with Lancer is post the punished floor clip in the Reddit. Everyone go to see it. Oh no. One of the major issues with Lancer, and this is one of my bigger issues with Lancer, is that they never, do they ever, to you my Lancer lore aficionados, do they ever address why they just keep the mechs around? Because everyone's positive with one another? Everyone's okay with one another. And it's not like, if you want to, I can't stop you. It's like, do they ever really address that at all? Because, like, you still have the fully automated gay space luxury communism, because it's like, you can just make sure that they can't print certain things. Why don't the Mega 3D printers that can have with a mech that can shoot a black hole, why don't we restrict those slightly? Why not? Like, that sounds like something we should restrict. Because that sounds like it could potentially be a little dangerous. And they just never really address that. And it's like, oh, we fight for justice. Being like, you have a napalm cannon. You have a gun designed to kill as many people as possible. That giant robot is not there because it's friends with you. It's because you want to kill people. You just stepped on somebody. Like, you are literally coated in blood. You cannot claim the moral high ground here. And that's kind of that's kind of like one of the funny things there. And it's like, yeah, they want the cake and be able to eat it. And like, I never really shy away with any of my mech games being like, yeah, it's a war and it's not very nice. Metal Saviors is a good example of that. You know, Hong Kong, look at me. Because Metal Saviors, the entire idea behind that is, oh, in Metal Saviors, you are fighting this war, and we adapted this technology because it's the best technology we can afford. Yo, wait, there isn't a fascist nation or fight against or a capitalist to show up? If you want to be precise, technically there is, technically there's the baronies. Like, the baronies are supposed to be the bad guys, but they only really get, like, one book, if I recall correctly. I don't know Lancer lore very much, because I hate Lancer lore. I think it's really bad. And one of the issues with the baronies is, because the thing is, you can take down a mech relatively easy. Like, that's the thing. Like, they can take down mechs. Like, it's not like a complicated endeavor. Like, you can just use conventional firearms against it. Not like you're not gonna bring out a fucking AR against one, but like, we've developed cannons. We can fight other mechs. Why don't we have a tank? They're not immortal or anything, except when you get Horus. But my personal opinion is that everybody working in Horus in the setting, everyone working at Horus in the setting deserves the firing squad. Like, oh, we're working at Horus, we just want to save humanity. Bang, 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 bang. I will commit an atrocity against Horus. All I'm saying. Yeah, it's just like, did you know they introduced tanks to Battletech and they ended up being OP? Because tanks are good. That's the problem. Tanks are good. They're hardy, they're mobile, they can hit like a truck. That's all you really need. And they're cheaper than mechs too. Like, and that's like one of the things, like, what about an Air Force? Well, being like, oh no, well, our mech here has the ability to phase shift out of reality. Well, yeah, he has the phase shift out of reality. He doesn't have a gun. Why don't we just carpet bomb? Like, we need to use her in communism. Like, they don't even force everyone to effectively use mechs like they did in Battletech. That's one of the problems with the greater scope of the setting. That's Lance, I think, the usher in communism because we hate each other. So why don't they even force everyone to effectively use mechs like they did in Battletech? Because one of the issues, like one of the major issues with Lancer setting is the presence of 3D printers supposedly bound by nothing. That's one of the things that they've never really addressed. And you can't, because it doesn't make any sense if you do that. Because the problem is, and this is like one of the big things where I want to kind of talk about in Utopia Wars, when I finally get to Utopia Wars anyway, is the idea of, if you have the license for it, if you have effectively the DRM code for it, you can print whatever you want. You can print mechs whenever you supposedly want. If your mech gets destroyed, but you're out of it, you can reprint your entire mech. That's fine. That's in setting. And technically it's like, oh, it's bound to the companies. Why don't you just have a company who Not even a tiny 3D printer that's somewhere. Yeah, it's like, it's not even like a little tiny one that takes time. No, like these things are pretty big. Like, can you print like, effectively one of the issues is, can you do a Toyota war? Yeah, no, did you read my homebrew? I haven't read your homebrew progress yet. Unfortunately, sorry, Mr. Y. I looked at it, I'm like, I'm gonna read this, and then missed it. The weapon proliferation is even worse in Lancer than it really should be. Yes, which is one of the things that in Utopia Wars, for example, I wanted to address, which is the idea of if you give everybody literally the option to be able to print whatever they want, someone is going to print a frag grenade. The first thing people are going to do is print shit just to see. Yeah, if everyone is super, then no one is. If every single person in the world can print a fully functional AR, yeah, someone's going to print a Moab. Yeah, print a Moab. Print cars. Licenses. Yeah, then you have the idea of like, oh, well, we have to manage our licenses. There's a problem with that, Mr. Y. There's a little problem with that. That implies two very important things. That implies two very important things. One, this means that there is effectively a license is software. That's one of the big things. A license is software. I don't need like a physical like ID card or anything to do that. I've effectively purchased a license similar to an Adobe product. Now, here's the problem. They are CAD pretty much. Yeah. Here's a problem though. Hey, we have one guy. If we get one guy who has the license to something, yeah, he just plugs it in and he can do whatever he wants with it. You can't rescind it. Yeah, exactly. Like, has an in-universe reason for why you can't use the 3D fabricator to make a gun. The couple colonies got wiped out by angry dudes using the fabricator. Yeah, you can print as many Blackbeards as he wants. That's the problem. Now, there's another problem. There's another problem, and I'm gonna call it the ethical solution to Adobe. Piracy. What's stopping you from pirating it? Hey, I have an illegal fabricator unit to create this mech. What? Yeah, but then the game master, AI gods will retcon it. But that's the funny thing, is that somewhere out there, somewhere in that beautiful world out there, there's some psychopath who is like, oh, well, you get someone like Empress, for example, breaking the Danuvio fucking AI code, being like, okay, hey everybody, just releasing this online. Hey everybody, here's the brand new fucking, Harrison Armory frame for everybody, and then you release that. Or you end up with things that are clearly not designed. Clearly not designed for war. Because here's the thing. Have any of you ever heard of the Bob Semple tank? The Bob Semple tank was a tractor that the New Zealand government strapped armor plating to effectively. Literally strapped a bunch of armor plating to a fucking tractor, and we're going to call it a war. Literally going to call it a tank. What if we made a farming mech? Farming mechs are pretty simple to get across. Why do you need a farming mech? Well, I want my farming mech to allow me to do this. It's easier to reach. You have lots. It's good for the terrain. Oh, okay. Perfectly understandable. Why do you need this gun, for example? Well, this gun's gonna help us defend our territory from these big nasty monsters. Oh, okay. Perfectly understandable. Why can't I? If a single man can create a killdozer by himself in a shed, think about if you could do that. Can I go conquer some people yet? Effectively, that's the problem there, Archer, when it comes to Lancer lore, is that Anybody with enough time, effort, and welding tools can turn any mech into a actual, like, fighting machine. And it's like, oh, well, I have my mech has been custom designed by Horus Armory. I have outfitted with my level 99 licenses. I am perfect and amazing. Ugh. I've done things so efficiently. And it's like, okay, we have 30 shitty mechs that we're just shot you to pieces with. Well, it's not, can it be done? It's a matter of how easy it is to do. That's the problem, though, Ethical. That's the problem, is that you can 3D print these things. And getting a gun, mind you, getting a gun from one of the actual licenses is not difficult, relatively speaking. Like, that's license level 1. If there is one bad faith pilot, you can pretty deep, because they're magic, yeah. Yeah, the problem with Lancer's setting is that if you really think about it for more than 5 seconds, if you talk about Lancer for more than 5 seconds, you realize the lore gets gradually more bullshit. And they don't just, like, I think the issue is that they don't just say, don't think about it, fuck off. If they literally just went, don't think about it, fuck off, I think it would work. I would be like, okay, who cares? It's magic. The problem is they try to, like, how do I want to word it? They keep saying we're a grounded, hard sci-fi setting, but then bring in magic and then, like, pretend the two work together. It doesn't work together. It's the fucking Simpsons gag. So kids, you're saying that you want something down to earth and relatable, but also with killer robots and magic? Yeah, it's literally that. That's Lancer. And again, that's like one of the big things with like Metal Saviors is like, I don't even like beat around the bush. Like, it is kind of magic that like how everything works, but it's also like, yeah, cash tech, it just kind of works. It works. It just works. How can they be grounded? Everything is fucking communist, socialist, and things are corrupt, falling apart. See, that's, I think, was like going to be like the big reveal, is that they go to like the union, like they set a book in the Union or anything else, and it's just permanently on fire. Because I think that's like kind of one of the more amusing things as well, is like any place you go to, like any of the adventures, like by virtue of it being Lancer, things are corrupt and falling apart. That's the problem. Being like, why do we need to deploy the men to fight people? Because everything is corrupt and we're falling apart. Everyone is dying. We are. Yeah, Icon, I have zero faith in Icon for 2 reasons. So just communism. Yeah, effectively, it's the man who controls the gun is the man who owns the power. And you, as brave communist soldiers, have a lot of guns that nobody can oppose you with. Yeah, Icon, I have zero faith in Icon for 2 reasons. The reason numero uno is that it's 2 games in one. Because mind you, Icon is Blades in the Dark, but it is also Lancer. He can claim that it's not Lancer, but it totally be in. Quoting Seth, power of the masses is the power of the elite classes. Yes. And you can make it a very bad interpretation of the Lancer setting in which everything is written from the elite perspective. If you really want a bad faith argument. I mean a horrendously bad faith argument for like how Lancer's lore is the way it is that it is entirely written from an elite perspective. It is the academics, it is the, kind of the upper crust of society. They're the ones writing the lore of the world. Everyone's happy, everything's great, there's nothing wrong, and the colonies can be better, but people are striving toward the good fight. In reality, in reality though, you do a double check for it, and it's suddenly like, oh, like people are in permanent, like, nightmare. Like, it's in permanent nightmare mode that you are like, yes, every day is suffering. We don't have access to basic, we do not have access to basic goods. We get just enough. The factory printers print just enough for everybody, unless you're a pilot, unless you are a killer for hire. Then you are allowed to, print whatever you want. You get everything you want. You get stuff whenever you want. No, put out a game jam, and I made that post on Reddit. Hey, I'll have you know, I put the game jam out on Discord. Time to die. But yeah, no. I think the problem with Lancer is somewhat of Tom's bigger issues. Kind of like, Tom has this very bad tendency, and I think Tom had a lot of influence on the writing, where you have this big and grand... Oh, I don't like where this is going. You have this big and grand and mystifying... How do y'all even start making games? She looks hard as fuck, and I love to make something for my D&D players to play. Oh Jesus! I'm gonna have to. I'll respond to him later. I'll give him my video actually, being like, here's where to start. One of the, like, if you go under the idea like shit's just fucky wucky, it's awful. I think the issue is that Tom. The answer's gamer. The issue with Tom, and I think probably it is, they really want their cake and eat it. They want to have giant robots. They don't want the atrocities that come with giant robots. They want everything, but they never want to pay the cost for it. So it's like, hey, we want giant robot war nightmare atrocity time. Everybody is communist. Okay, how do we afford it? Everybody is communist, and it's 3D printers. And okay, let's explore what this kind of setting now implies. Is like, okay, we're now working with and being like, oh no. More of a setting built on oh fuck rather than it was a setting built on oh fuck, I need to add this, than a setting with actual purpose built into it. And I think that's the issue with Lancer, because for all the people who say, well, you can use Lancer for whatever you want, it's the best mech game of all time. No. I do not understand why people say you can use Lancer for all mecha games. You can't. And it's one of those things, like, you can't make Lancer based off of, everything, because mechs are very different, and you have to deal with the licenses and the fact that pilots are nothing. Pilots mean nothing, by the way. That's like one of the major criticisms I will always lay at Lancer. I'll never bash the game necessarily. That's one thing. I'll never really bash the game, because it's fine, not good. It's fine, a cup of tea. But it's like the actual pilots mean nothing. Fun fact, they never have. You didn't commit the right war crime. Yeah, again, that's what it says. Like, if you look at Lancer as written by the people in charge, it becomes a lot more grim they used to in the playtests. Yeah, the setting becomes a lot more hilariously grim if you look at it from that perspective. This is the upper crust writing this. Of course, our brave and noble heroes are going out there and solving crimes and saving the day. In reality, it's one of those things, and then you do like a hard cut, you see one of the Lancer pilots rip a man in half, one's like napalming a village, being like, our brave and noble heroes. Would a lore be better if they were fully open with how fucked the situation is, but people are trying to kind of getting it right, but there's still loads of problems, and there's a deeper dive into socialism, communism. You could probably do something like that. And like, that's kind of like one of the things I want to do with Utopia Wars is there was pretty much the basic lore for Utopia War was We establish the perfect society. We establish the perfect and beautiful society. Everybody works together, everybody is communist, everybody, we have the 3D printers that provide everything we need. And then somebody fucked it up. Somebody fucked it up. Somebody. And it was like, how could you fuck this up? And it's just like, well, we didn't get what we wanted. This is not our utopia. You promised us a utopia. And it's like, well, no. And that being kind of like where things start going wrong is, to enforce everybody has to be on the same page. Clearly they are not, because everybody's interpretation of utopia is different. Everybody's perfection is different. And if you go into that, it's like, okay, who are the pilots? Pilots are sociopaths, effectively, in Utopia War. You are the deranged psychopath killers who are hyped up on drugs most of the time to keep you both functional as a human being and combat ready. And it's one of those things where I want to portray them as, you are a danger to you, you are a danger to everybody around you. You are horrifying to most people. But you can control a mech better than anybody else because we designed mechs. Because why do we have mechs? We have mechs because there are a million planets out there that are not adapted to anything. We need to hot drop fucking people in. They need to move. So it's not even like, oh, so regular soldiers. No, it's like, the best way to think about it, you got the oorah. A pilot walks in and be like, I'm gonna kill everybody. And they're like, what do you mean? And then everyone starts dying. A single pilot should be a human blender. And one of the things I've been trying to figure out how to make it work would be, my mech is damaged, I'm going down, I want to kick open the hatch, I want them to power roll out of their blowing up mech. Run over to an enemy mech, jump on it, crowbar the hatch open, kill the guy, take over their mech, and get back in the fight. Not necessarily even the clans from BattleTech. More, if any of you know 40k, effectively you're part of the assassins. You're an Eversor. You are a force multiplier. Or even like Titanfall, effectively. Because if you look at like actual Titanfall lore, if you actually look at Titanfall lore, an actual pilot in Titanfall is horrifying. They are nightmare entities, and that was like one of the things. Like someone made a comment. I'm not gonna find a comment. If I can find it, it's what if I can find the comic? Yeah, there we go. This is effectively how I would want them to be like, right here. It's everybody else is like this perfectly normal like dude. The pilot goes 90 miles an hour, skates in being like, oh, you're already, I'm gonna kill you already, because I'm a danger to you, me, and everybody around. And he's just like, ha 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 ha, like, you are not human. You click in, you go fast, you kill regular soldiers, you hunt them, you murder them, and then you leave. You just get paid, you don't care. How do you do anything than be a murder machine? That would be kind of their personal drama in a way. Is how do you, as a barely functioning human being, manage? And the usual answer is you don't. You barely keep your shit together. You are. And that's kind of the reoccurring theme of the setting would be is, what is your personal utopia? You sacrificed everything effectively for the chance to survive, to get better, to forge your own path. In the process, you have destroyed yourself. And it's like, oh, well, I have nothing left to live for, really, because I'm 90% machine, and the other 10% of me is filled with drugs. And it's like, oh. And it would be kind of one of the more, like, one of the bigger things I would probably need to talk about is things like addiction, things like going fast, dying hard, where you constantly are kind of going back and forth, back and forth. And it's one of those moments, if you go 150 miles an hour, what happens when you stop and you just pause for a second and your body just doesn't understand? You're like, your body's like, please stop this. Bro, you are not healthy. You are not doing good. You are fucked. And it's like, yeah, I'm not feeling too hot. Like, that'd be kind of the idea. Is you are a barely functioning human being held together by little more than faith in your own determination. What do? You carjack mechs effectively in the middle of the fight. You ride it. You have no connection to anybody except your other fellow pilots, because they're the only ones who understand you. They're the only ones who also get this, and they're also all socio. And that'd be kind of where the drama comes in. How do I balance my own life versus the atrocity that's going around me? And that's the problem. That's one of the other reasons why Linux Lancer has not really done much, is because it's a pain in the ass to do. It's been the carjacking of the mechs. If I can get the carjacking mechs done, everything else should click into place. That's the hard part. Commandant sounds the whistle. The Commandant sounds the whistle. Both of them will inhabit the same space, forcing the no other orders may be given except the tactical withdrawal. Except the tactical withdrawal or except the tactical withdrawal action. No, we put these in brackets. We put these in Japanese brackets. Not Japanese technically. I like calling them Japanese brackets because it's common. Or fight. No other orders may be given except the tactical withdrawal or fight orders. The unit. See, the unit will perform a melee. Will perform a fight action. Perform a fight order immediately upon. I will perform a fight order immediately upon entering the same. Immediately upon entering the space. Effectively, making a charge action is doing two actions at once. Hmm. When the order is given, the commandant gathered up a number d6 equal to the shock pips. Shock pips, including their own, when making melee attacks. Okay, so check here. Hmm. When the order is the commandant. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so let's see. So when commandant gathered up a number of d6 equal to all the shock pips, including their own, the opposing commander will also gather their shock pips as well as the two sides clash for victory. Clash in the scrum. When making a melee, the commandant and their enemy will roll all of their shock plus bonus damage die and attempt to score hits with a DC of 2. Little hits of DC of 2. Yes, you only have to make a DC 2 check to actually like fight somebody in mano a mano combat. And it's both of you. It's technically retaliatory. I'm hitting you, you're hitting me, we're both trying to kill one another. And it's nasty. It's a nasty fight. But if we do this the number of casualties you've caused the enemy. So actually if we want to do the number of successes. By both sides are the number of casualties. Both will reduce their total fortitude by the number of successes times their intensity scale. After fortitude damage has been determined, the enemy formation will suffer cohesion loss. Let me just double check here real fast because melee weapons have a little bit of a gimmick onto them. Because always possess a melee weapon, the cohesion damage inflicted will always be double on enemy fighters. Fortitude plus morale pits plus modifiers. Please note that any unit with actual melee weapons, bayonets, including bayonets, will deal fortitude times 2. Fortitude times 2 unit morale pips plus modifier in cohesion to one another. This is actually like one of the reasons like melee is incredibly powerful, is that you can do a shit ton of damage, but you're going to be taking damage as well. And that's why like actual cavalry is very dangerous. I want to do this. The number of successes scored. What I can do? You fight on me entering the space. The enemy cannot retaliate against a Not retaliate against a charge unless they use a stamina to countercharge. To countercharge, moving to meet the enemy. Meet the enemy. Head face. That's one of the dangers of cavalry. That's like one of the major like oh fuck moments of cavalry is you're charging in, you're getting a shit ton of bonuses. You're getting a lot of bonus damage to hits, you're getting a lot of damage in general, so you might slam into a bunch of skirmishers, and if they don't literally burn a stamina to try to countercharge you, you may break them immediately. You may just outright just annihilate. And they don't have an option for retaliation. They're like, oh, well, we're just... oh, all my friends are dead. Fuck. I've lost a lot of health and, so you want to, like, as cavalrymen, your job is more to find people who are kind of wavering already, who don't have the necessary gear, who don't have the necessary supplies. What Zatsudan? What about bayonet? What's Zatsudan? Zatsudans are conversational talkie moments, like this effectively. Usually when people say, "Oh, I'm hosting a Zatsudan," it's more often along the idea of people are just like doing like a meet and greet. It's if I were to like sit here and just like field questions from people, that's what a Zatsudan is. Or just talk about their day. I put myself under Zatsudans because I can do that, and I find it funny because I do talk about things. And sometimes I go on long-winded rants rather than work on what I've been planning. It do be that way sometimes. It happens. It happens. Mm-hmm. Owie zowie. I would say this reasonably goes to I would say reasonably about the 1870s. I would say the final thing that you could like reasonably do would be the parts of the Crimean War would be one. If you want to be like really specific about it, I would say the Second Schleswig-Holstein War. That would be kind of like the cutoff point is around there. So yeah, if you want to do Civil War stuff, you can do it. And that does work quite well. Again, anything, once you start pushing it a little bit more, it gets a little bit... So are there Rebel Yell rules? Nothing like that. Technically, I guess you could work, if you want to phrase it correctly. Fuck. If you want to be more specific about that, you can probably reflavor it under commander actions pretty easily. Reorganize. I'm gonna one thing to note is that I will kind of reformat these to make them a little bit easier to understand and put them in better order. Reorganize. The commander. Commandant. The commandant. There. Mm. 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 The commander, the commandant. The commandant rules a morale or social attack with a DC 3/1. Increasing cohesion by 1 for each success. Each major still alive grants an additional 1d6 plus 1 grants it plus 1 fortune. Grants an additional 1 fortune to the roll. Let's see. Major still alive grants an additional fortune to the roll. Yeah, reorganize is the we are desperately falling apart. Oh fuck, oh god, oh gee. Which is going to lead to tactical withdrawal. Rather than break and run, the commandant, in order for a tactical retreat from the melee, they will move half the unit's maneuver away from the space. Away from the space they were fighting in. If attacked, they increase intensity by 1 step. They increase intensity by 1. If attacked, they increase their intensity scale by 1 step. They increase the intensity scale by 1 step, and take enemy formation morale pips. Actually, do we do morale or shock? Actually, no, shock pips. Shock pips D6 in cohesion damage. Enemy shock pips D6 in cohesion loss. We add a quick footnote that, for example, if a unit has shock of 3, the withdrawing enemy would reduce their cohesion by 3/6. It's a little bit worded awkwardly, but it's correct. That's kind of the issue. Every now and again you find that with words. It's like, yes, this is correct. However, Zanzibar, forgive me. I'm Zanzibaring. Zanzibar will still be the best Dark Souls meme, and I don't care what anyone says. It's great. Love it. Good times. Okay, so let's do. We don't need that. Do we need any additional orders? Like, is there any other orders that I'm missing? Let's do a quick check at Chosen Men, because Chosen Men is a Napoleonic. No, I don't think I need any. No, we don't need any there. Do you have any, no, that's really all I can add. Like this, that's one of the things about, like, Napoleonic combat is not complicated. The issue is that there's just a lot of people doing not very complicated things. Which we're going to add in this idea here a little bit. Holding orders. Holding orders and surprise gambits. Surprise gambits. A commander can choose any order a commandant. Any order a commandant issues can be performed at a belated time, such as a delayed charge. Let's see. Such a delayed charge or holding fire till they see the whites of their eyes, or the whites of their eyes. They will still elect what action. They will still elect what action, what order to make. They'll still elect what order to make during their tick, but will state when at. But will state the conditions or time they will perform their action. They'll perform their action. They'll perform their order. Taking this, performing a holding order. Holding a order does not require stamina expenditure. Let's see. Holding an order does not require stamina expenditure. But if the commandant needs to quickly readjust. Their plans, they may spend one stamina to cancel the order and issue another one. To cancel the order, spending another stamina to issue another. So it's kind of the idea, which is, hey, we want to wait until they move into distance and then open fire. That's the condition. They have to be within medium distance for us to fire. They move. We're waiting for the horses to show up to open fire on them. Easy enough to understand, right? However, what if we're looking at it being then an enemy infantry, kind of spawns out of, kind of like pumps out of nowhere. They're looking to fuck your day up. What's going to happen there is you can say, okay, we are not going to fire on that cavalry if they charge. We need to readjust our entire line here. We need to cancel that order and then perform a second order. We need to, they're charging behind us. Stop what you're doing, turn around, and get ready for a fight. Like, we can't, like, we gotta quickly move at this point. Like, we are like, oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, no. actually. Let's see. Every unit after performing this action, after performing this order, may choose to readjust themselves. Let's see, every unit after performing this order may choose to readjust themselves, turning their facing to a different direction. So it's kind of like the, oh no, I'm being like, the idea behind the holding order is like, okay, we need to do something real fast. I'm performing a second order. I'm performing that, which is going to burn your stamina, which could be bad. Lit RPG and cultivation. Lit RPGs are fascinating. I do find them interesting because my friend loves them. My friend adores cultivation and lit RPGs. That's like his two things that he loves. Usually, like, there's good lit RPG and then there's bad lit RPG, but then you can kind of say that about anything. The Russian ones are always going to be Kino because they go full autism about it. Cultivation is like one of those weird genres of fiction that are kind of difficult to work with at points, and you can be really boring with it or you can be really interesting with it. And it's a lot easier to be very boring with it. That's kind of like one of the issues. Like, it's super simple to be like, Ding Dong of the Flying Goldfish Clan gets superpowers now. Fuck off. Like, oh. Like, that's cool. Like, that. Oh, alright. What? Now, let's see. Now let's add the surprise action. Surprise action, and finally. Please, a surprise order. Quickly organizing and quickly executing. Executing a pinpoint maneuver. The commandant is able to issue an order at any time during the round. At any time during the round. For two stamina. Actually, we'll do it for 3 stamina. We'll do for 2 stamina. Is quickly issue order to any time during the round for 2 stamina. Execute is issuing the commander is issuing an order to at any time during the round for 2 stamina. However, any attack they undertake, any combat they find themselves in will not add their fire or shock ability, and will raise their intensity scale by 1. The The commandant is desperately trying to keep their unit in order in formation as they struggle to keep up. So pretty much like we burning a surprise action to do a thing, like, this is your one get out of jail free card, but a vast majority of the time, like, it's gonna eat your stamina, especially if you're like a light infantry. If you're skirmishers, you're now exhausted. Like, you are intensity scale 1, you are exhausted. You are using this to run the fuck away. You need to know what you're doing. Be like, okay, I'm using a surprise order to like try to get the fuck out. But it's not going to pay off the vast majority of the time. You're going to feel the pain, and it's going to hit you right in the noggin. Okay, so... cultivation, 50% esoteric bullshit and 50% talking about the third dragon, the supreme sun, refined art, demon sack, getting mad at the eighth son of the pinnacle sky rooster temple because he sold 10,000 million year old refining pill he got from defeating the sky dragon demon god, and bureaucracy. It's great. All of his psychos fucking love name dropping constantly. It's a bunch of Hollywood hangers on who could also kill everyone in the room trying to see who has the bigger dick. Yes. Aren't people like, the thing is, like, and that's what I mean, Lubu, is like, if you write it poorly, everybody in a cultivation story comes off as a fucking psychopath. Like, that's like one of those things, like, you've crossed my line of sight. You're courting with death. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with, like, it's really easy to write that way as cultivation. Because remember, oh, I'm being super cool. Like, you're being edgy. It's like anytime you see like a bad comedy, or when you see like bad, like trying someone really hard to be cool, it's like you make this sound like this is really cool or like this is really funny. It's not. Like, it's just pain. Yeah, while I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen, Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm convinced that it is written by a TRPG nerd setting as built-in crit mechanics. Wouldn't be surprised. Well, that kind of reminds me of, like, it was Fate was like the original Fate story. Fate Stay Night was apparently a TRPG by the original guys. Like, apparently that was the story of how it came to be, was that they were playing a really botched version of a tabletop game. And the rest is history kind of thing. That's the one story I remember hearing about that, and I always find it funny. Though I am more believe that they just, with or without the ecchi, if you go by Fate Prototype, without. Because everybody forgets Fate Prototype, and how Fate Prototype is fucking weird. Ah, man. Like, here's the thing, like, this is like one of the funny things I always know about Nasuverse. This is like that was always be my thing with the Nasuverse in general. They didn't really want to put in porn originally. That was never supposed to be the point. They put it in because they damn well knew it would sell. That's why it's always like really weird in like Fate Stay Night. It's just like mana transfer. My penis needs. Oh no, my penis needs to mana transfer now. It's like how it sounds really weird, and when they adapted it to be like not ecchi, it makes a lot more sense. Like, you can legitimately read like the entirety of Tsukihime with no porn element to it, and it's fine. Yeah, that's like the one funny thing I remember, Mr. Y, is that you legitimately need no porn to make it great. I'm sorry, yes. If you don't know, the Fate universe has something called a mana transfer. In the original visual novel, Fate Stay Night, mana transfer has to be done through a bodily fluid by a wizard. That's how you are able to do direct mana transfers. Semen. Semen. It's semen. Which, no, can you spit on people? No, it's semen. You have to have sex with them. This is actually, now mind you, blood, technically blood works, but semen's more efficient. Because you don't have to, bleed. That's one of those more amusing things there, Archer, because that actually has some like historic context, mostly when it comes to like Egyptian myth, Norse myth, a lot of like mythology stuff is like, yeah, the male seed is technically very magical. That's how they justified you have it of you, Shiro Emiya, having sex with King Arthur. Welcome to Fate Stay Night, everybody. Yeah, that is literally why you have sex with every girl in Fate Stay Night at one point. Is mana transfer. I need to give my mana to somebody else. Therefore, I'm going to stick my penis in them. Think smart. They changed it in the shows because no shit they did. I think they only talk. I think Shiro only gets laid in Heaven's Feel, if I recall correctly. I think he only gets laid in Heaven's Feel, in the anime at least, because Heaven's Feel is horrific, and I feel nothing but pain remembering Heaven's Feel, even though Infinite Blade Works is the canon ending, everybody, and it will always be the canon ending. Fuck you. Tsukihime is a psychological horror story. So some lesbians can't mana transfer? Yes. Well, sort of. That sort of is the case. So here's how we can okay, let's do some semantics here real fast. So, at one point during the I believe Infinite Blade, no, it was during the Fate one. It was the first time, yeah. During the Fate route, Fate Stay Night, Shiro, Rin, and Saber are locked in a room together. They are trying to avoid Berserker. Berserker is going to kill them. They need a plan. Rin says, oh wait, Shiro, you have no natural mana. So King Arthur is, by her nature, weaker right now. She's not at her full potential. I know what to do. So Rin proceeds to effectively strip and begins, well, you know how this goes with King Arthur. And she's like, okay, I need you to have sex with King Arthur now. So Emiya does do that. Shiro does do that, which superpowers everybody for a time, because Rin by herself is a magical being, because Rin is an incredibly powerful magician, because she is part of the Kohatsuko. I can't remember her fucking last name. She's part of one of the major magic families, though. Therefore, she's allowed to do this a lot easier. Well, if you ever need Fate autism lore, you can rely on me for that. Yes, it is one of those beautiful moments in that series. They do tactfully ignore most of that in the series, in the actual anime adaptations, because no shit they are. They do talk about it later on, but it's never like a big thing. So by sheer technicality, lesbians cannot mana transfer. However, if they have a willing male nearby, or they are magically powerful enough, saliva does count. You can use it as saliva or blood. They just need the proper amount of magical energy. Because the best way to think about it is blood and saliva are not as good conduits. It does not allow the energy to transfer. It pretty much, it's how the best way to word this. In the Fate universe, semen is metal to mana's electricity. It goes straight through it really easily. Saliva is a potato. It does go through it, but not really efficiently. So what you need to do, but Shiro has so little magic that it doesn't work, so he needs to use his dick. That is the literal plot, everybody. As for Tsukihime, thing with Tsukihime is twofold. One, Shiki's fucking insane. Shiki is just bonkers. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm gonna go tell women I can give them magical powers that I needed proper conduits. Boy howdy, that's fucking cringe. Yeah, again, you gotta remember, this is we really need to add something to get some money out of this game. So, we have, again, that's Tsukihime. Shiki is fucking insane. He is a uncomfortable psychopath. That had Soma involved, except it was breath. Who the fuck is Shiki? Shiki's from Tsukihime, Shiki Toho. He is the main character of Tsukihime. Yeah, you unintentionally ripped Fate off. You unintentionally, of course you did. Everyone unintentionally. Fuck, I know what you're talking about with the Soma one. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what it is. Fuck. It's with the white-haired kid, and there's a nun involved. He gets superpowers. It's Shingeki no Soma. Yeah, I think that is the one. I watched a lot of bad anime when I was younger. I watched a lot of bad anime. It was great. Good times. You mean the milk one? Where he drinks breath. Yes. And he gets superpowers. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's no. So I know what I know what I'm talking about. It's a very convoluted. It is this incredibly convoluted power system to just be like, oh no, I'm dying. I need breast milk. Like, has anyone done gendered magic that actually has a basis beyond social critique and critique? RuneQuest and Glorantha. Glorantha's very specific about how its magic works, mostly for women. Looking at you, Vinga. Mostly because sometimes virgin breast milk. Yes, of course. One of the big things in RuneQuest is, as a man, I can't really appeal to Vinga to help. I need Vinga help me. I'm no, Vinga ain't gonna laugh at me. Vinga's gonna laugh at me. If I'm appealing to Hamucked, okay, cool. We're Hamucked gaming now. No, if I'm fucking being a fucking Valkyrie, then appealing to Vinga's gonna give me something, not the other way around. Very specific way of doing things. Very precise. Very detailed. Also, why does drink give superpower make more sense than fucking a woman and coming at her for me? Because you're trying to mentally protect yourself, Lubu. That's why. You're trying to mentally piece everything together, and you quickly are realizing it makes no sense in any capacity. It's great. I love it. We love storylines. Why is Fate the way that it is? Because Fate printed money for a while there. The thing is, when you think about it, Fate and in kind of like in turn like the Nasu verse started as a bunch of like Doujin products. These were like games these guys made in college together, and were literally just they worked together to make things the way that it is. Their first game was actually Tsukihime. Because this is Tsukihime. This is Moon Princess. This is their original work. This is Tsukihime. All this story is, at its very core, is there's a vampire princess. You're a dude who has a god who is insane. Ta-da! You're pretty, like, the entire idea is Shiki here has the coolest, most horrifying power imaginable. If he's not wearing his very special glasses, all of those lines, he can trace along them and it will cut. He can cut lines and he can find points on those cuts to kill things or break it. That's all he does. That's all his superpower is. And it's just the psychological harm of understanding that I'm a teenage boy who's sickly, who has the ability to kill literally anybody I feel like. And his the mental collapse that goes inside it. This was the first game. This was the first thing they did, and as you can kind of see, I wonder if I can find like Tsukihime some of the old artwork. As you can see, this is some 90s soul going on. That's his sister. Like, do you like this 90s soul going on? Because the vast majority of it, like, these guys barely knew what they were doing. It was not great. None of them were really that great. This would lead directly to Fate Prototype, which Fate Prototype never got released. That's like one thing to kind of understand. Fate Prototype was never released. It's kind of like deep lore at this point. You kind of see there, but King Arthur was originally a man in this version, and Shiro was actually a girl. Her name wasn't Shiro, and it had a very different plot, but you kind of see some of the characters were the same. But that would go on to Fate Stay Night, which you kind of see Fate Stay Night still has the same fairly distinctive style. And then the franchise just grew. If I remember correctly, it was that. Then we have Kara no Kyokai, which is technically the same universe, but also a different reality entirely. This is a completely different series. Like, these are just light novels, if I recall correctly. This isn't even like a VN or anything. And Kara no Kyokai is... oh boy! Kara no Kyokai is a special kind of fucked up, and I do enjoy it. It's probably one of my favorite Nasu-verse things. But there's a secret. There's a big secret here, guys. And you want to know what that big secret was? Fate Stay Night pumped out money. Money! And then you had things like Fate Zero. You had Fate, like you had the books. You had... Fate became like the big franchise. And then you finally had things like Fate Grand Order, for example. Fate Grand Order is a mobile game. As you can tell, it's a mobile game here. Fate Grand Order was pumping out money. Money. There was also Melty Blood fighting games. It was this big thing. It's big. Yeah, let's see. Oh, it's the Neko arc one. Yeah. Imagine making horny power a fucking light novel in college, having that turn into a career, trance somehow with his eyes with a knife. He needs a knife or a vaguely sharp object like a pencil. She looks like Joey from Yu-Gi-Oh! Wait, how long is this guy? Wait, how long was it for this guy to fuck his sister? You have to go on a different route to fuck his sister. And fun fact, it's not his sister, but also is. Fuck you. It gets weird. It's the intro. Did King Arthur fuck Shiro for magical powers? No. King Arthur is a servant, and because she is a servant, she is signed a contract with the world. To give you all a brief rundown of Fate lore, heroes are historical figures that have signed a contract with the world. If you sign a contract with the world tree, effectively you enter into a place beyond death, and you can be summoned at any time in history. And you will fight in a war as a servant. But the thing is, you serve the world, and in exchange, the world serves you. The thing is that if you get a Holy Grail, somehow, if you get the Holy Grail, you can actually change the world. You can fundamentally alter the world, which Fate Grand Order's entire timeline is hinged on the fact that, who was it? It was, not Merlin, it was biblical Samson. Yes, it was Samson from the Bible. Samson literally signs a contract with the world, goes to the plot of Fate's Day Night, wins the tournament, immediately wins everything, and then changes the timeline to make sure that he exists again. Yeah, it gets stupid. Why haven't you made a Fate TRPG yet? I did. The fuck's Melty Blood? That's the fighting game. Also, wasn't there some psycho priest? Yes. There was, fuck, it's, what's his name? I'm having a stroke. Someone help me. It was not the Pope. He was... Kiryu? No, fuck, what's his name? Kyrie Kutomine. Yeah, this is Kyrie Kutomine. Because one thing about the Nasu verse, this is an important thing about the Nasu verse, the Holy Church knows all this bullshit. They employ people called executors, who are pretty much empowered agents of Christ to deal with bullshit that crops up. They have a vested interest in the magical world. They have a vested interest in everything going wrong. The Catholic Church is a very powerful entity in the Fate universe. Kyrie here, Mr. Kutomine, is in fact a member of the church. He was, I believe he still is, technically an executor, which means that he is a pretty high-ranking member of the church, and but he is also evil. He is also completely fucking irredeemably evil, and he does a lot of evil shit, repeatedly. Just constantly doing evil shit. Just constantly. Technically, if you look at Tsukahime, spoiler warning for Tsukahime, a game that came out fucking years ago. This is Seal. Seal is the other girl in Tsukahime. She is also a Catholic executor, tasked with possibly killing you, the main character, Shiki, because you have death. As Jesus appeared in Fate, did Jesus get gender bent? No. Some long ass knives. They are, what's the name of them? They actually have a name. I believe they're holy nails. I believe that's what no, that's the black nails, I think. Got to get that holy pussy though. Yes, in fact, you do. Don't worry, it's fine. Yeah, the keys. Black keys. Let's see. Keep making Catholic Church way cooler than it actually is. The big thing with the Catholic Church in Japan, you got to think about it like this, is that they try to make it more like Shintoism. They try to associate that because that's what they know. They try to make it more like Shintoism, and they do. And because they do that, they have a lot more freedom than what it actually is. It's literally anime Christ because it's cool. It's because it's cool, it's foreign, it's weird. That is how they view it. Buddha does appear. Buddha is a savior. He is actually a servant. He is a servant of the world. He is savior. He is the only savior class servant. Yes. Yes, he is. He cannot attack. He cannot deal any damage, except you are on a timer fighting him because he will kill you. He automatically wins by rendering you not wanting to fight him. That's his superpower. You have to. It's effectively a dialogue tree, I believe, with him. If I remember correctly, Jesus does show up. Jesus by himself is not a, like, he didn't make a contract with the world because technically he didn't make a contract with the world because he's a little bit specialer, because he pretty much is, he became a lot more powerful than he should. If Jesus ever showed back up, Jesus would become most likely a ruler class servant. He would become something far more powerful than just a standard servant or something like that, but we haven't seen that, because you get shit like Charlemagne is a ruler class servant, Joan of Arc is a ruler class servant. There's a few others out there. What classes of servants exist? Now, this is on the top of my head. Let's see if I can remember them already. The three knights are archer, saber, rider. Then we have magician, assassin. Assassin's weird. We have magician, assassin, no, wait, it's archer goes over here, berserker. So it's the holy knight classes are saber, rider, lancer. Then it's magician, archer, berserker. I'm having a stroke. Someone send help. I can't. It's perfectly. I'm gonna have to look at the classes now. Classes, servant classes, servant. Literally, saber, lancer, archer, rider, magician, assassin, berserker. Those are the main classes. If we want to get esoteric about bullshit, and trust me, they do get esoteric about bullshit, we have to go to here, in which you end up with things such as saber, archer, lancer, assassin, rider, caster, ruler, which is technically a counter to moon cancer, which is a completely different thing, by the way, which is a counter to avenger. But berserker is a special class because it doesn't technically exist, similar to things like foreigner. And alter egos are completely fucking different because alter egos are just evil copies of things. Shielder is not a fucking class, but it is a class because they can make artificial classes. And then you get weird shit like savior. It's let me see if I can remember correctly. You end up with savior, watcher. Technically gunner. Gunner does technically exist. Gunner is a problem because Gunner is the advanced version of the Archer class, but the Archer class is a little bit funky right now, so yeah, it gets a little esoteric at points. Okay, it gets a little esoteric. What class of servant is Otto von Bismarck? Otto von Bismarck would be a ruler class servant. Why the fuck is Sherlock a ruler? Because you get things like artificial servants, which Sherlock is a little bit weird because Sherlock is not a real human being. And remember that Sherlock Holmes is not a real human being. He is, however, so ingrained in popular consciousness that he did sign a contract with the world by virtue of existing. And thus, when he came to be, it's the collective consciousness of the world has made him a ruler. That's the entire idea. That is all. The best way to think about it is you can be summoned as any class as long as it fits, effectively. That's why they say with, like, Hercules, for example, Hercules can be a saber, he can be a rider, he can be a lancer, he can be a saber, lancer, rider, archer, berserker, which he is canonically. You can do quite a few different things with various ones, and that's like one thing I had to kind of like address. Does this mean Columbo can be a servant? Columbo can be a servant if you would want him to be. Yes. What if you made an initial TTRPG? I would need to make a driving RPG. I don't do race RPG. They're very difficult. At least the F-Zero RPG exists. Oh no. Gas, gas, gas. Da, 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 da. Yes, I'm also slightly mad at Ethical, because Ethical, you bitch, you got more followers than me on Twitter. Fuck you. Yeah, yeah, that's the April Fool's thing, Jaeger. As in your character from a bad anime or self-aware, try to make sales go up so continue to exist. Damn it. Yeah, Pikami was, yeah, Pikami is fun. I liked Pikami. She was nice. She was Can Goku be a servant? No, but yeah, it gets a little bit weird. It just works. Remember, half the time it just works. But yeah, it's things are gonna get real bad real soon. That's the funny part, everybody. I love it when things go badly. Like how I've been casually ignoring finishing this fucking game because I've been talking about Fate lore. Why Fate lore? Out of all things, you people, everything is going badly. Why? There will most likely be funny hate crimes coming up soon, and it'll be funny. Funny hate crimes. The funniest of hate crimes, because we live in God's funniest timeline. Okay, let's see. Before after any order, a commandant may take a personal action to determine where they are doing and what they're doing, and we do that. Bark encouragement. The commander begins yelling at their men about their glorious victory and success that will surely come. Depending on the current cohesion, different effects will occur. We do this. Eager, next check makes plus 2d6 to it. The commander restores morale or social or Social times 2 cohesion, plus 3 for each major to the we'll do plus 2 for each major to the unit. We'll just do morale. Morale plus social cohesion. Broken restores. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, whoa. Nah, mm-hmm. Do 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 do. I'm one of those you. Picks up arms next to their soldiers. In the battle. In the battle, the commandant's morale. There's an incoming cohesion. Cohesion loss by the amount. Let's see. Come on, it's morale. Or is it cohesion loss by the amount? From frontal. The commandant. To defend themselves and the others and their command staff. They are not considered to be danger except from rear flanking attack. There'd be danger. They are not considered to be in danger except from roof attacks, which lead from morale troops. The commandant. Into checks. If I'm not responding, I apologize. Most surviving majors grant 1 fortune to these checks, in which we do roll 4-3 morale. Roll 4-3 morale. Social to rally troops to 1 cohesion. To back into line. This action may only be used when the unit is broken or shattered. Shattered all surviving majors. We're going to do fire or we're going to do fire or shock. Shock to rally troops to successes cohesion. Each success is Each success deals 1 fortitude damage. Which is to say, actually I should say reduces fortitude by 1. Effectively, if you want to just start killing your men to have them rally, you can. Not going to say that's a good idea. I'm saying that you can do it. We do something like this. And broken, shattered. See, outrage and false flags or doesn't matter. That's the thing. It legitimately doesn't matter. It's just you don't. As long as the truth has been warped, it's great. Let me actually by the way, I didn't get what you meant earlier when the whole treat the Catholic Church like a Shinto thing, like the priests can travel and can do what they have. Something I make that anime setting of an organization that's basically Catholic Shinto Buddhism. The best way to think about it is, to them, a priest is a fairly independent being and they answer to the Catholic Church, but that's pretty much it. They're allowed to kind of do things whatever. Everyone's an exorcist kind of thing. Everyone is like this. Everyone is like this. And you get things like nuns are pretty much just shrine maidens, right? It's the same thing. They aren't. They are not, by the way. Shrine maidens can actually get married. Priests can, priests can technically get married. Shinto priests can get married. They sometimes don't because it's a very demanding and shitty job, but they can't get married. That's why you see things like, oh, sexy nuns or whatever as anime art. It's because of that. They do legitimately just think they're Shinto shrine maidens. That's kind of what I'm kind of saying. They think it's the same idea. Orthodox never moved too far into Japan because the Dutch weren't Orthodox. There was always a Catholic presence in Japan. That's kind of the thing. There was never really an Orthodox presence in there. The only place where there's been like a really big Orthodox presence was in the Kalen Islands, and the Japanese declared war over those. There was a very long and bloody war. So yeah. Also, Buddhism didn't have nuns. There's sects of Buddhist nuns. They kind of do their own thing. It's a different thing. The Dutch were discount Protestants. You're looking at it like you're not looking at this correctly, Draco. You gotta remember that this was the Dutch, this was the Portuguese, there were quite a few different people. And one of the bigger ideas behind it is that they kind of got this weird interpretation of Christianity. So it didn't really pop off as much as it is. There are still Christian Japanese people, but that's like how Korea is 90% Christian. I think Christianity is the only one that have nuns. Some religions have, what we would refer to as a nun thing. Even in Shintoism, you have things like the shrine maidens, for example. Those are a thing. I guess you would call those nuns, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's a very unique thing that kind of does its own entity, but I'm going under the dictionary where you can't just beg people. Yeah, you can. But again, the way we think of like what a nun is again Christianized. That's kind of the. There's a reason Christianity has taken over the world, everybody. It's because we kept conquering people. Yeah, you gotta remember that fact of life. We kept conquering people over and over and over again. Repeatedly. There we go, next we can do rally by faith. Rally by blood, a little bit different each time, so Okay, so we do this. We've explained pretty much how combat works. Not perfect, but it'll work for what we have to do so far. I could probably add in another commander action. I don't know what I would put, but... Okay, so as the units take damage, they'll begin to incur fortitude and cohesion loss. Outside of the loss of life being a tragedy, the loss of men means survival will begin to waver unless guns pointed directly at the enemy. One of the key ideas behind linear warfare combat, and Eagles and Rifle, is the idea of the actually. Hello people, you're pinging me. Fuck was that VTuber tweet about? Man, you can't clear your throat like that. I'm using Discord friendly language. Agony, suffering. Why is this a conversation happening in my fucking server? Why? Fate is still going strong. Yeah, it is. Pick-a-me. Yeah, I know pick-a-me is the reason. See, and that's why I left that little post of like, things are going to get a lot harder before they get any better, fun fact. And the answer for that is pretty simple. It's not going to go well. And the answer is pretty simple. Why? Because what happens here is pretty simple. I'm a little bit fucking tired, but I'll do my best to explain for everybody what I mean by this. Effectively, what's going on here is that there were people who were bad. Bad people. Terrible people. And they harassed this girl over nothing. This is going to be Gamergate V-Tweeter edition? No, it's going to be a lot worse than that. Effectively, same idea. Effectively what happened is that this small group of people harassed this woman. And that's what it was. It was harassment. Under no circumstances should you ever send death threats to somebody over a video game. Nobody should send death threats over a video game. That's ridiculous. Mostly by a video game by the developers of Cars 3 on PS3. Okay? That shouldn't be a thing. That should never be a thing. Now, this small cabal, yes, Cars 3, yes, they were a nothing burger brand. Hogwarts Legacy was actually a very big game for them. They've made their money 17 times over. But let me bear with. Now, the obvious response is to push back. However, there's a problem. This cabal or this smaller group of individuals manages to shield themselves behind an identity. Now, I say shield in a very tactical way, because the thing is, if you really pay attention to the way people word things, it's never a personal accountability. You want to remove as much personality from it as possible. For example, I'll speak to this as a Jewish person, as a Jew. If there is a Jewish person who completely fucks something over, who steals money or embezzles money from a business, and the people find him and they say you're doing bad, and then he says, this is anti-Semitic. You're targeting me because I'm Jewish. He could still clearly did the thing wrong, but now we have a problem. He's using the identity of a larger community to damn the aggressor. Now, there's an issue with this, though. There's a twofold issue with this. Very important issue. Very, very important issue. That singular Jewish person, who is not good, has now said, you are a bigot. You are a person. You are a bad person because you called me out on what I am. I'm a bad person, but you're a bad person. Nobody in the world ever wants to be called a bigot or a racist or anything like that. Normal human beings do not want to go out there. You don't walk outside being like, man, I really want to be a racist today. No, nobody does that. Nobody just walks out and be like, man, I really wish to be anti-Semitic today. No, nobody does this. Nobody thinks like that. So automatically you've been put on the defensive, which is bad. It's really bad, by the way. It really hurts. But the thing is now is that since there is no basic personal accountability, we have a problem. Because normally what would happen is in the tiny Jewish village, the guards come in. We need the guy who's doing this. We need the guy, the guy stole money from us. We need to get him. Oh, you're doing it because you hate the Jews. Us proud Jews are doing this because what would happen is all the Jews would die. We would get exiled. We'd get kicked out of 108 fucking countries. Not because we're good. No, it's because somebody fucked up and was like, oh, you made it a Jew thing. No personal accountability, which is a big thing. No personal accountability. You don't need personal accountability. Personal accountability sucks. Because I need to blame somebody, because if I don't blame somebody, then I'm wrong, and I can't have that, right? What the problem is now is you can't exile the community. You can't just kick them out. Can't do that anymore. They're too big. And they're too disconnected. I can't remove the Jews from the internet. It's not a thing, even though how Paul really wants that to happen. Now, this leads to a fascinating situation. You now have this united front group, which now you've effectively placed the ball in the other person's court. This anti-Semite is targeting me over this ridiculous claim. They're claiming that I stole money, but I did things perfectly legally. I did everything correctly. You don't need to provide evidence. You can even outright lie. Doesn't matter. The narrative has shifted. People entering in this conversation now see two parties. They see the original party saying, I hate Jewish people. And that's terrible. So they want to join the good people. Which some ain't gonna like this, but I'm Jewish. I am Jewish. I'm just using it as an example because I can't say what it really is now, can I? Now, the issue there is you have some people who are now being misled. You now have people being misled, and now the original person who knows what's going on is being targeted. They're bad. They're the bad person. And it's suddenly this terrible situation where you find people bullying you. But here's the problem. This is the beautiful problem. That original person who did something terrible has now hidden among the group. The group suffers. The Jews get kicked out of the land. Not everybody. Not me, not you. No, not just him, not just the person who broke the law. Everybody gets kicked out. Even if we did nothing wrong. They get out scot-free. They did what they want. They got to send death threats to people playing a fucking game about wizards. They get to send a death threat, so completely unhinged. Oh, that's fine. Extra, read all about it. No bad laments of being unable to remove entire communities by force. As you can say it. But what I'm trying to say here is that community should be a lot more, how do I want to word this nicely? Tactical. Because there are bad people. There are terrible fucking people on the... There are people who mislead people. There are just genuinely bad people who do terrible things. And they go back to their original people, be like, please protect me. I did nothing wrong. I'm just a weirdo. I'm a real cowboy. I'm nothing wrong. And then but here's the problem now. Here's the beautiful thing now. We're taking the same analogy. I'm just a real goblin. You have this one group now who half the people are involved only, who are now involved in only like a small quantity. So it's like, this person's obviously, a terrible person. This person told me this person's a terrible person. But now you have the other side building up. You have the other side who are coming in with bad information as well. Because it's not, hey, this person sent death threats to someone over a video game, which is fucked up in its own right. Sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. Mama, I killed a man. But you've got people who are just purely bad faith actors who are also rallying behind Pikami, who there's 1,000 reasons something might have happened here. Where now you have two camps who are filled with bad faith actors, and the truth doesn't matter anymore. Because what's going to happen is it's going to be the unstoppable tide of autism versus the unmovable will of stupidity. That's what it is. Yeah, two camps, each with bad faith actors who just hate the other community. The original point doesn't mean anything. But they're gonna keep rallying people. Because think about it like this. I want to present a scenario to you. I'm gonna present a scenario for me and you. Okay, everyone, do a little bit of role playing. Let's say we have a problem. There is two people. There's a disagreement. Let's say it's a fun little disagreement that got out of hand. One person loves poetry, one person loves music. Yeah, one person loves poetry, one person loves music. There's a dispute. Everybody dislikes, and it's not good. Someone's clearly in the wrong. The guy who likes music outright doesn't know what poetry is, and he's being a bad faith actor about it. He's saying anyone who likes poetry is stupid. Now, you have entered in. You see this. You see this situation. The guy who likes music looks up to you and being like, hey, this poetry guy over here, he hates music. He hates you. He hates everything. And you're like, oh, why do you hate music so much, you weirdo? It's just like, I don't actually hate music. You hate music. Join it. So people start joining the first faction. People join the poetry faction. People join the music faction. Not out of anything. Not anything. They're just being misled by a bad faith actor. Another group comes in and they see these poetry guys. This poetry guy getting murked. It's a disaster area. Oh man, they're bullying this poor fucking guy, so they start joining the original guy. There's some bad faith actors who just really hate the other side. The problem here, what's building up with this whole pick-a-me thing, is you get some people who legitimately just hate trans people. Just legitimately hate trans people. It doesn't matter what it is. You get some guy with a fucking swastika tattooed on his fucking forehead. Yeah, you get one guy with a fucking swastika tattooed on his fucking forehead, and he's like, oh, I can use this. And then suddenly he is Pick-a-me's strongest soldier. Has he ever watched Pick-a-me? Absolutely not. Not the point. And yeah, see, like that's not two factions, but one faction driven to derangement over a lady from Bongland. Yeah, and it's, again, people are now using it as a springboard. Man, because here's the thing. This is the beautiful thing. You can use this in just about any context, by the way. If you ever want to get your point across, this is how you do it. Someone does something silly. We'll use Jews, for example. Me, a Jew. Hey, isn't it weird that Jews own a lot of money and you don't have money? If we really look at it, a few very small concentrated families of Jews own a lot of money. A vast majority of us do not. Literally do not. But what you can do now is that people will say like, man, Jews do have a lot of money. Now all Jews are bad. That's not right. None of this is right. Yeah, and but that doesn't matter there, Archer. That's the beautiful thing. It's just broad groups who just want to paint another broad group as a problem. This is like one of my things when it comes to like what woke is, like what wokeism or anti-wokeism is all about. I can go on this. This was a follow-up to the men thing. One of the things there is wokeism or anti-wokeism is not about human beings. It's about broad groups, broad identifying groups. That's all it is. It's how do we reduce things down to broad groups. Yes, some Jews run international banking cabals. Some write about air fryers for nothing. Because like one of the issue here, one of the very basic situations here, what I'm trying to get across here more than anything, is you want to remove as much personal cause in things as you physically can. Someone has stolen money. That person's a bad person. Man, that sucks, but that doesn't help me. That person's just a bad person. That's individual accountability. The Jews steal money from people. That's a really broad statement that's completely incorrect. But if you say, well, that makes no sense, you can say, he stole money, he's Jewish. It's a broad group rather than an individual actor. This is the same thing. There's one person who pretty much probably sent Pick-a-me 1,000 tweets saying, I hate you and want you to kill yourself constantly. Or maybe not, who knows, it doesn't matter now, that's the thing, but that's kind of the idea, wizard game bullshit. One person did that. And now somebody, with a swastika tattooed on their fucking forehead or whatever, is like, man, all these trans people are terrible, aren't they? Look at them, they're all bad. All of them are bad, every single one of them. And it's like, no, that's completely wrong. So I can talk about one bad apple spoils the bunch. Yeah, to a degree. Because that's what you do. That's what you want to do. You want to remove as much individuality as you physically can. That's the beautiful thing. If you remove a lot of individuality from any conversation, things get a lot easier. We'll use a broader example. How about this? We'll use a different example entirely. No minorities even. Well, except one. The Gilla. My video today. That's the thing. My video today, if you actually watched it, I did a big thing on frame. Gilla says all gamers are bad. Every gamer is bad. Gamers are bad. They should suck shit, gamers. Gamers. It was the Warframe Reddit. The Warframe Reddit didn't like it. And probably only a couple dozen people probably like, hey, this is a little bit weird. But it's now gamers. It's now it's the big group. It's this entire giant group that now everyone is evil in that group. Yeah, weird that one guy would say that, especially when trying to push a product. Again, it's not just gamers. That's the thing. He made it gamers because that's a lot easier than being like, yeah, there were some people who were mean to me. That sounds ridiculous. Or like, hey, this isn't, like, hey, I kind of do it. I got some like really heavy pushback from the Warframe subreddit. Oh no, you got pushback from the Warframe subreddit. But no, it was the gamers. It's every gamer now. You know, that's where the joke of being like, oh, gamers are the most oppressed minority. That's where the entire Gamergate situation propped up around. This is the reason why Gamergate happened, guys. You know Gamergate, the thing that people keep bringing up? It was, hey, game journalists, this is a little bit weird that you keep giving high scores to games that are clearly bad and broken. Oh, well, it's because we're women. What? No, you're just a bad person. Well, you hate all women. You broaden the... Sounds terrible. Yeah, no, it sounds really bad now all of a sudden. You hate women? The fuck? No, I don't hate women. I hate you. I'm like, well, I'm a woman. All gamers are so misogynistic. So bad. So terrible. And then, again, it's just these broad groups that mean nothing. And then individual accountability is ruined. And that's what you need to do. Yeah, and twisted about it, not make her fault. That was the entire thing. It was one person who wanted to avoid accountability. There was one person, because you can't make it about that, so you broaden the horizon. You just hate women. What? No, fuck off. And then you have people who legitimately just don't like women, who are just misogynists, being like, yeah, fuck women. I hate them. I think they're stupid. I think they're dumb. And then the other side starts getting others, and then the other side, and then it becomes a shit show. You've lost the plot. What's Gamergate about anymore? What's Gamergate about anymore, guys? I want to know, because apparently everything is Gamergate. It's not some one person making a boo-boo. It's this universal, gigantic fucking thing. People still fucking cite Gamergate. People still fucking do. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Because it's such a broad thing. And then that's the point. That's the problem. The only thing a Gamergate is anymore is hiding Brianna Wu's dead name. It's one of the issues is you need to eliminate any individual accountability, and that's what this entire thing's about. This is just a holdover. All of this is just a this is all just a response now to a fucking wizard game. A goddamn wizard game. A goddamn Harry Potter open world role-playing game. Do you realize how insane that is. No, this should not have been a big thing. Yeah, Anita Sarkeesian, all that shit. But you kind of see what I mean by this is not a. It's one person fucks up. They use their identity to get out of it. They try to bring in the entire group to protect them, while others bring in their group. And that's the issue. And that was a very long rant, but I've been wanting to kind of get this off my chest a little bit. It's just, and I'm waiting for the time somebody gets through to one of these people who did do something terrible, who did get death threats over. That's one thing I'll never do. I will never issue death threats to somebody. I'll make a fucking joke about it if I want. You know, being, or like, I want to consume Kevin Sabeda's soul. Yeah. You know, just like, I will hurt somebody. Nah. Yeah, no, it's like, I'm not really gonna do anything. I'm never gonna be like, I want to hurt you. No, why would I ever do that? I have no reason to. I'm not gonna send death threats to anybody. That's ridiculous. That's insanity. There's no reason to do that. Does that mean I have to stop sending you death threats? No, keep sending me death threats. It makes me feel happy to like have messages, but that's kind of the idea. Like it's a, and mind you, this is why anytime you see any conversation about the woke versus the the anti-woke or whatever, they're both in the wrong, mind you. They're both deliberately fucking with one another to try to get as many people as possible to do things. Well, you ruined Lord of the Rings. You ruined Lord of the Rings. It's just like, the unwoke sounds like a Gnostic figure. Yeah, it's just like, you made Lord of the Rings bad. Isn't that right, Lotro fans? Well, you just hate black people. Like, I hate you. And that's why you every now and again you find somebody that makes things a little bit more complicated. What's his name? Razor Comics, not Razor Fist. It's this black dude. He does comics. He does comic books. Cool dude. Listened to him a few times. A little extreme, but I like him. He's nice. Because then you'll start seeing people what they actually feel like, what they actually say. You can't do that. You can't break it. It's a Gundam? Not It's a Gundam. There's another guy. He's an older black dude. Can't remember his name. But you'll get these guys being like, oh, you're Uncle Tomming. What? Young Rippa, I think. Eric July. Like, you're a little pencil-necked white dude. Why are you sending it to this fucking dude? What? Yeah, it's like, oh, it's because you just disagree with them. You're trying to get other people to join your cause. And it's like, oh, well, I want to bring other people into the fold. That's all it is. It's like, the fuck? Yeah, you know, they'll turn on it. Yeah. This white guy called this, you know, he's a black comic book creator. He's a comic writer. Never read any of his stuff, but apparently it's pretty good. Called him an Uncle Tom, and it was like, that's incredibly racist. Well, I'm anti-racist. I'll always say this. This will be my closing statement on this entire thing. The same people who rally around any of these things. Uncle Tom's Cabin was a book written a long ass time ago about slavery. Uncle Tom's Cabin was a slave who I believe he was a slave who liked being a slave. This was even after that. Like, there's a few different things behind that. Like, he's been in plenty of controversy. These are the same people, mind you. These are the same ideas. Please God. To a degree, yeah. You're seeing kind of the idea there, Lubin. It's an incredibly racist thing to say, though. It's like incredibly racist. The people who on either side do not give a shit about what they're touting. They'll be the first one to draw long knives if it means it'll benefit them. You can get people, and they will drag every single person down with them. Yeah, they'll drag every single person down with them without them ever being accountable for it. They'll be the ones bringing on brown shirts with very long knives. So what I'm trying to get across here, as we reach hour 4 of this stream, be good to one another. Be you. Don't be whatever the fuck any of this other shit is. And I think that's always don't fall for the internet hate machine, because we're gonna keep hating each other regardless. It's human. At least be you. As long as you're you, you're alright. That's all I can say. Sucks. Speaking about hating everything and everyone, how's progress on the game going? We're doing pretty good. We just have the intensity scale to really worry about. That's all I really want to get done today. My goal is to get down to here, not do combat situations. I might do that in my off stream. Wada. Okay, so let's get to it. The loss of life being a tragedy, the loss of enemy strives being a waver, and there are less guns pointed at the enemy. One of the key ideas behind linear... is the intensity scale. Is the intensity scale. As the situation develops and brought to bear, the multiplier of fortitude damage against a unit begins to increase. This is tracked in a number of steps, indicating the ferocity of the actually the Agnes. Each step increases the multiplier, the unit. multiplier, the unit will... Let's see. Each step increases the multiplier the unit will suffer when receiving damage. For example, being at intensity 2 means that the unit will take 3 times. Will be taking successes times 3 fortitude damage from every attack. Intensity, let's see. Intensity builds up as the unit is caught out of position. Grows tired, or is caught out of position, grows tired, or even from an attack. Intensity builds up as the unit is caught out of position, grows tired, or begins wavering. Building these the maximum steps possible are 5 for a total of a 6 times multiplier of damage against the unit. For every success scored, 6 men will meet a grisly demise. However, controlling the intensity can be done by proper positioning, cover, and keeping morale high. And keeping spirits high. The multiplier, the intensity scale goes to -2 using intensity scale goes to -1, representing taking only a fraction of losses from an attack. Fraction of the losses from an attack. It's the idea behind the intensity scale, because it's pretty much you're going to be building up intensity. Like if you flank an enemy, it's like, oh hey, if you're getting flanked, you are breaking your. If everything is going wrong, that means that you're actually going to be taking time. 0.5. How do I want to do? I don't know. Really no multiplier. What? Entire history just at the company to get their stance on it. I don't know what you're talking about, McDrew Assault. Here's the beautiful thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Good old Hunter R. Duke has done nothing wrong. Hunter R. Duke doesn't exist, of course. A spreadsheet, how can I customize my unit? Can I say goat's head on the mic and have my guys wear robes with 666 written on them in blood? No. Pretty much the idea is that you're going to be breaking it down to individual units. So you're going to either be skirmishers, which are kind of like your light infantry, line infantry, or cavalry. From there, you're going to buy different sets of equipment, different sets of ideas, and then you're going to be able to kind of go what their training is, what their cohesion is, and then you're going to tie everything together, and that's going to be your unit. Generally speaking, I expect most starting companies to be about 3 to 4 battalions, depending on how many people there are. Let's see. Differentiated by attacks or situations. Understanding when, where, and how intensity can be built or reduced, may save their lives. Because yeah, there we go. Technically, I could probably add like a -1, like we do the intensity scale, so we go down here. Different formations come with different requirements. Different formations come with different requirements. Different formations. At the start of every battle, the commandant can freely choose which of the the commandant can freely choose which of the available formations their unit begins at. This requires the change formation action. Change formation order to change mid combat. However, Okay, so we do that. We put there. We understand. Like, yep, you need an action to do this. Order to change mid-combat. This requires an order to change mid-combat. We do that. So light infantry should be skirmish formation. Skirmisher formation. So we have skirmisher formation. Double bonus from cover. Where do I put cover? I put cover right here. Yeah. Double bonus from cover. Increase intensity by shock attacks by 2. I'll fire decrease intensity from fire attacks by 1. Shock. Yeah, so we'll do cover 2 spaces. Covers a total of gain +2 maneuver, double bonus from cover, increase intensity. So pretty much the, like, kind of, actually, you know what, I'm going to bump this up to 3. So if you take a cavalry shock as a bunch of skirmishers, you get kind of hit by cavalry, you are immediately going to be taking 3 times the number of casualties. Plus, so kind of give a good idea behind this. Let's see, let's grab some of my dice here real fast. Not as many as I was rolling the other night, though. I was rolling like 25d6. It was bonkers. So let's say, for example, let's see. I said 9, 10. Let's just say I'm rolling 10d6. Not even the most efficient you can probably get. I'm going to be doing at a 2, mind you. This is the big thing. A 2 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've done 6 hits. That's 18 casualties. That's a minimum. I've done 18 casualties by virtue of just this. Which that's also 18 cohesion loss. Plus everything else. You could go down by an entire step. Which you are probably going to go down by an entire step if you are not prepared. And if you go down by an entire step of your cohesion, that means you're going to stick in combat. Because they can take another action and immediately start fighting you again. And if they continue fighting you, oh, let's just roll all of these bonus things. You've gone up to 4. You've gone up. Oh, you're taking cohesion loss again. Let's roll that again. Oh, let's see how much damage you take this fucking time. Oh, wow. 3, 6, 7 times 4. Oh, wow, everybody. You've just taken 28 more casualties. Your unit's dead at that point. Like, even taking a few pieces of it, like, you're breaking. Your men have run. You know, that's why, like, cavalry against skirmishers are really fucking scary. Standard, 3 deep line. Vive l'Empereur, vive le franc, vive le franc. Negative 0.5. It's just 0.5, I should say. So it's just half. That's effectively what it was going to be. It's 0.5, yeah. It's I like this font. I like Railway. This is Napoleonic rule set of Franco-Prussian War. This is a Napoleonic tabletop role-playing game where you get to LARP as Sharp. It can go up to about 1870. Reliably, you can get to about 1870 with it. It gets a little bit hinkier after that. That's pretty much it. Nice. You do Napoleonic up to about 18 Schleswig-Holstein, the second Schleswig-Holstein. That's pretty much it. Can you LARP as the Battle of Dybel? Yeah. Oh, you missed my very long and convoluted rant about Sharp earlier. Not Sharp, my long convoluted hours about fucking Lancarino. But we've got work to do, so... So standard line 3D line, square formation, adept at dealing with cavalry. Lose negative 2d6 to all fire checks. I should cap fire checks. All fire checks gain plus 2d6 against the unit. Actually, intensity of fire attacks. Cavalry loses all charge bonuses, which is pretty bad. Increase the intensity for cavalry attacking the unit. Increase the intensity, intensity of cavalry while in... And +2 on... You can murk cavalry. It's pretty easy. If you do well, you can just murk. Columns, single thin line for marching across the battlefield. Lose negative 46 to fire. Do fire and shock checks. We want to just do increase the intensity. Actually, shock and fire and shock. Yeah, infantry, you have some very dedicated things you want to do, which we'll do fire and maneuver formation. Tell me more about formations. Fire and maneuver game. Fire and advanced concept guy. Tell me more about advanced concepts. Nope, that's not it. Guides, fire and maneuver, list of formation. How to get a girlfriend. How in-depth guide. Two formations. So you spend a little time in attack column. Isn't Sharp the only sane man in the British infantry military? Yes. We can do an attack column. Actually, I know what we can do for let's see, lose -4. Actually, no, we do. Lose -42 fire checks. Mm. Mm. That, and we want them just +1 maneuver. Pretty much you want to go into attack column where you are charging ahead. Format, open order. We do these 4. Not move from cannot move from base, cannot be flanked. Foot cannot be flanked. That's the major benefit more than anything. Like, yeah, you're taking more damage from the like basic attacks, but like not too bad if you can just absolutely murk their infantry. Dismount. Dismount. Cavalry dismounts when their horses are ready for combat foot or in difficult terrain. Hmm. Add a +1. Actually, access. Let's see. Access numbers for formations cannot move from space. You pretty much can't abandon your horse. That's pretty much the thing there. You can't abandon your fucking horse. Loose ranks. Spread a prod to a trot. Ready to react at a moment's notice. Charge order grants XD. Which we're going to add a +2. We'll add +3d6 to the charge actions shock attack. Wedge comes dangerous wedge with the enemy, then breaking through them. Fire attacks. Increase the intensity of fire attacks against the unit by 2. Artillery fire. You know, increase the. You're going to be easier to shoot. Maneuver. We're going to increase your maneuver by 2. And the add a +5d6 to the charge actions. Charge actions shock attack. Maneuver +1 because it's maneuvers +1 simply because it's like you're kind of being able, you have a little bit more freedom and maneuver to move around. Increase. Since you're so spread out, spread ranks is I don't want to be under fire. I want to reduce the amount of damage I take by a lot. So it's like even if we're getting flanked a little bit, we're spread ranks. Like it's hard to actually like hit us. Like we are fine. Like we're going to be able to avoid the damage. I feel like I should add another one here. Skirmisher. Mm-hmm. Oh. Okay. I guess we can add in. I guess we can add in literally marking column. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. Because if you're doing this, if you're entering skirmish formation, and you're entering skirmish, like you're entering skirmish if you just don't want, you're just spreading out for the intent to do that, which leads to artillery. Revamp artillery. We're not going to revamp artillery tonight because I'm very tired. All right, I'm going to call it there for today. My goal is on Friday to finish things up. That's the goal. We're going to finish everything on Friday. And generally speaking, I think we can do it pretty easy. I think that's going to be a little bit complicated, but we'd be good. We're good. We're Gucci. We've got a lot of the meat done. We just pretty much need to do artillery. Hello, phone. We need to do artillery. We need to kind of put the combat situations somewhere else. But this is just going to take time to kind of for me to like stare at me like, okay, where, like you go here, no, you go here, okay, you go here. That's all it's going to be. It's just going to take time. So thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad, and I hope you had a wonderful rest of I hope you had a wonderful time. No stream tomorrow because we're going to be doing the we're going to be having a video on dice. It's going to be a dice video tomorrow. I kind of know how I want to make the video. It's not going to be perfect, but I think it's going to work. So thank you all. Godspeed, good luck, and I'll see you on the other side.